Welcome, members of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters, to Open Mic Night. I'm your host, Dave Cias. For those who follow on Restream, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and for those who follow my short world TikToks under ApeCS895. Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody's doing well and in good spirits. Today we have Open Mic Night. So what I'm going to do right now, brother and sisters, whoever's tuning in, we'll be sharing the short reel. I'll be sharing this video to the groups that allow me to share on Facebook. Okay. One more share, brothers and sisters, and I'll be done with sharing. There we are. We're all shared out. What do we got here? We got Ronin the Voice. We got Andres Carizales. How's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody is doing great. Tonight is Open Mic Night. As you'll see, I got my special shirt here on. If y'all remember this movie with Roddy Piper. Let me see if I can share it with you. There we go. So I'm keeping an eye on y'all. My super duper shades here. I want to see who's the reptilians around here. I want to see who's these people that here in my world and trying to pretend to be human. I got my eye on y'all. I'm trying to find the imposters here tonight. All these reptilians running loose here on Earth. I got my eyes on you. So she is ready for action to handle y'all. Don't be coming here trying to perpetrate, because I can see you. I know who you are. I don't know if you ever seen the movie They Live, but that's what I'm talking about, the movie. I hope everybody's doing great. Matter of fact, I was going to start my live like around 10 o'clock. I ate me a wonderful meal this evening, and I was out cold after I did that cardio this afternoon. I don't know if anybody's seen the video I made. I talked about a lot of things, of what I think. Sometimes when you're out there doing something positive, you let out anything off you. And one of the things that I like to do is when I do walking like that, I like to walk and talk. So if y'all missed what I was talking about earlier and you're interested in what I was saying, you're more than welcome to check it out. It's here. It was about, I don't know how long the video is, but I talked about a lot of things that I think. No, it's just of what I think, of what I've seen. Of course, everybody is good to have their own opinion and their own say so, but I'm just being honest and being truthful. When I say things. What do we got here? Paula King, how you doing, Sister Paula? And I'll start with the story, and then I'll drop a link. Or as a matter of fact, I can start off by dropping a link. And if people want to jump on and share a story, or something that they experienced or they witnessed, uh, then you're more welcome to jump on. So I'm dropping a link, and I'm going to pin it up on top so people can know that the link is up on top. Whoever wants to jump on, you can jump on and share a story or whatever. So we got Andres Carizales, Edna, Sister Edna. So basically, what I'm saying, brothers and sisters, is when you experience something, it's within your memory of what you experienced, right? Something we're not talking about experiences or encounters. It's something that happened to you while you were awake, right? Like encounters of, the DDN or spiritual, something in that nature, right? Of course, there's this things that happen within dreams also. But I'm talking about encounters that you experience, real encounters, uh, which things can happen also when you're in a certain state of mind. And I'm talking about encounters that you remember, something that you witnessed or you noticed that till this day it stays in your memory because you experienced it. You witnessed something that happened to you that you'll never forget because of what you witnessed. It was something real, or should I say, spiritual real, right? Something that you witnessed that makes you who you are right now. Because sometimes those experiences of what you witness have a big impact in that nature that could affect you, right? In which not just that experience, but many other experiences that can happen that can make you who you are as an individual. But when you experience something, there's got to be some kind of understanding of what you're witnessing or what you witnessed, right? And imagine somebody experienced something like me. I experienced things when I was a kid in the 70s, a very young age. I've seen things that all arrows point to um, DDN, demonic activity. That's what they point to. Uh, when you have uh, your grandmother or older people than you, and they're seeing the same thing you're seeing, or they tell you, "Hey, watch out for that. That's not good. That's evil." And you had like, I'll give an example, and I'll share a story in a moment about what I'm talking about. I'm trying to get a little bit more viewers here, and so I can share the story. But things of that nature, right? That it kind of sends a pattern in your life, you know. And when you start going through these experiences, that you know that these things that you're witnessing is going to be that's the trials and tribulations that are going to be in your life, not just as a kid, but that's going to be in your life. You know, that right there, what you're experiencing, is going to be your life. That the things that you're witnessing, the things that you're experiencing, it's going to be there then, it's going to be there now, and it's going to be there in the future. So, in order to understand the things that you're witnessing or seeing or hearing, right, you used to have some kind of spiritual understanding. You know, even when we're kids, when we're young, we can sense the presence of the Heavenly Father, the Holy Spirit, the heavenly angels. I know I did. I know they were around me because I could feel them. I've seen that enemy that I speak of, the DDN, flee when the heavenly angels were around me, protecting me. I've seen it. I witnessed it. One of the things that I have is the spiritual gifts of seeing this entities, or whatever, unclean spirits. We'll call them unclean spirits. I know there's some people that don't like me talking about this because they want to stick to other things, which that's fine. They want to stick believing in other things. That's cool. But here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, I talk about the things that I witness, of why I say the things that I say. When I say something, it's not because I'm reading a book, I'm looking into the past. It's because of personal experience, right? So that's the difference. When somebody's trying to tell you something, talking about they read all these books and stuff like that, right? Hieroglyphics and all this crap, right? Compared to when somebody truly has been through it because they've experienced the spiritual aspect of it. And that's what I bring here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters to the table. Uh, that my experiences, which lead me to believe these things that are around us, some people call them unclean spirits, shadow figures, demons, the Legion, DDN, disembodied demonic Nephilim. They're called many other names. And then you got the people that are believing in these things that I just mentioned. They've given them cryptic names, such as Bigfoot, Dogman, Goatman, and etc. and cryptids. And then you get other people that want to believe in other things, right? Like dragons, other dimensions, portals, magic. But they're being confused because the things that I'm speaking of, that speak about here in Spiritually Cryptid Encounters, it's the same thing. Uh, and I'm going to share a story with you right now of what I witnessed when I was like around, I say like around, this is, I would say, before I went to Mexico. Before I went to Mexico, because I've always had the spiritual gift. So I was young. I would say I was like 2.5 years old. And there's a link up there if anybody wants to jump on. But let me share the story, now that we have 18 members here. This before I went to Mexico. Before. It was like I was like 2.5. I was very young. It was me and my grandfather. My grandfather is already like up there in age. He was like 75 years old. And he always kept candy in his pocket. he wasn't supposed to be eating candy because he was diabetic. So I followed him around because I knew he had candy in his pocket. So he would always give me candy. And that day we were checking getting the eggs from the chicken coop. We had two chicken coops, one behind his home, behind my mother and grandfather's home, and then there was another chicken coop. It was like I guess you could say, kind of like a little lodge, that kind of wood, where it was a bigger chicken coop. So here we got in the eggs from the chicken coop behind my grandfather's house, and it started raining. It was raining pretty hard, and we stood underneath the blackberry tree. As we were underneath the blackberry tree, you could hear the chickens clucking in the big chicken coop. He grabbed his stick and he said, "I'll be right back. You stay right here." He spoke to me in Spanish, you know, uh, and he said, I'll be." So I'm gonna go scare the possum. There's possums there trying to attack the chickens. Just where the chickens are clucking. And he said, "I'll be right back." So he went in there with a stick. He was a pretty tall man. I mean, he looked like a giant to me because I was 2.5 years old. I really don't know his exact height, but as far as I know, he was over 6 foot, of what people say. So I seen him go into the chicken coop. As he went into the chicken coop, I hear him start screaming. You know, mind you, I really don't. I know how to talk a little bit. So he's screaming, and in my mind, I'm thinking the tacuache. That's what we call it in Spanish. The tacuache is attacking my grandfather. The possum is attacking my grandfather. That's what I'm thinking. So I pick up a little stick around this big, you know, and I grab it. I'm a young boy. I grab it. How you doing, Sister Beyond the Box? Welcome, welcome. Uh, for those that are coming in. So I grabbed the little stick, freaking skinny as hell. Pick up the little stick and I walk up to the main entrance of that chicken coop. As I'm walking into the chicken coop, I'm hearing my grandfather screaming, and I'm trying to look. There's no lights in this chicken coop, because it's dark in there. It's dark in the chicken coop, and I'm looking, but the only light that's there is the light coming from the doorway, and possibly the window that's right beside me. There's like a four little, I guess, like a little window with four pieces of glass. It's a little window, right? And I'm looking to see the possum, trying to find the possum. I got the little stick in my hand that I'm going to hit this possum that's attacking my grandfather. So as I'm looking, I'm able to see what I witnessed, brothers and sisters, is my grandfather elevated up in the air. His feet, or like he's literally elevated up in the air by an unseen force. And what I'm witnessing is cuts, scratches appearing on his body, on his arms, on his back, on his legs. This the scratches are coming out of nowhere, and I'm not seeing no possum. And I got my little stick like this. The chickens are hiding. Whatever's in there is attacking my grandfather, and I'm looking. I can't see nothing. So I pray within myself a little bit, for a guy to show me, who's attacking my grandfather. And as I'm looking, I'm able to see it. Uh, Whatever it is, right? What I witnessed was a dark shadow figure that was huge. This dark shadow figure had black eyes. I mean, red eyes. Had red eyes. Standing towards the corner. in the darkness. When you hear the term darker than night, it was hiding there, and scratches were appearing on my grandfather out of nowhere. And I have the little stick, and within myself, within my spirit, I'm looking at this thing, and I'm saying, "Let him go." I'm looking at this thing that my spirit is telling it to let my grandfather go, and I could feel the heavenly angels behind me. So as I say that, it lets go of my grandfather, but you can't see nothing holding it. It's being elevated by unseen force, right? So my grandfather drops to the ground. As he drops to the ground, the thing lunges at me. It's coming at me like a unclean spirit, a dark shadow spirit, just or like rolling smoke, just coming straight at me. It's coming straight at me. I could see the red eyes, but it's just rolling like it's all connected and just rolling straight towards me. I'm standing by the doorway, and I could feel the presence of the heavenly angels right beside me. As he's rolling towards me, instead of coming towards me and trying to attack me, he goes out the window. It breaks the window, and all the black just goes out the window. The dark shadow figure goes out the window. When it goes out the window, I hear my grandmother say, "What's going on? What's going on?" I hear some of my uncles come, like, "Wait, ¿qué está pasando? What's going on?" And the only thing I can say is bulto negro. Bulto negro means dark shadow. But I'm saying bulto negro grande, big, dark shadow. I'm repeating this, and they go in there. They bring my grandfather out of the chicken coop. As they bring my grandfather out of the chicken coop, my grandfather is all cut up. He's bleeding. He's got cuts. I'm talking about gashes, man. Gashes. I'm not talking about little scratches. Gashes, where he's bleeding everywhere. So my uncles grab my grandfather, and they take him straight to the emergency room. Uh, when he came back from the doctor, he was all stitched up everywhere, man. He had stitches all over his body, his face, his back, his legs. It took him a while, as you're older, his immune system is weaker. So it took him a long time for him to heal from that experience. When they asked him what happened, he looked at me, and looked away from me and looked down. And the only thing he told them was that the possum did that to him. But me, of what I witnessed, it was no possum. It was what I call it right now the DDN, disembodied demonic Nephilim. Red eyes, huge, but it's in spirit, which the cryptid community might call it Bigfoot, right? But to me, it's a disembodied demonic Nephilim. Some people might consider it a dragon, right? You got the dragon believers out there. I mean, it had red eyes, is rolling like smoke, right? Sometimes when they disappear, it smells like sulfur, right? So they could be easily mistaken for a dragon. If for those that have imaginary minds, right? Dungeons and Dragons, and when we talk about video games, we can talk about Spyro the Dragon, right? Spyro the Dragon, that there's other dimensions that the dragon get enter, and it's a whole different world than the other one. I remember Spyro the video game for the I think PS1. I remember that, right? So I could see how some stories that people say can be created by experiences or something that they might have played, right? The experience that I'm talking about is a real experience, something that really happened. Is a reality. I'm more sure for those who played Spyro the Dragon. Then in reality, yeah, you played the game. I remember the game. I used to play with my son, collecting the little energy things you follow around and doing little bonus rounds and stuff like that. And then when you're finished with that adventure, you jump into a portal and you're somewhere else, right? But what I'm talking about is it's not a video game. It's not a movie. It's something that happened that I witnessed in my life. So I've been noticing things like this for a very long time. So who do we got here? We got Sister Beyond the Box. How you doing? We got Sister Amy Creel. There's a link if anybody was to jump on. I'm just sharing a story, a true story that that I remember that happened. Nothing that I was high as a kite, that I was drunk, that I was smoking acid. I mean, this happened when I was 2.5 years old. Something that happened to my father. How you doing, Sister Brenda?
Oh, I'm doing good. How are you after your afternoon walk? It looked very pretty.
I'm doing great, sister. I'm just I like to do the cardio, and I like doing videos like that.
Yeah,
Going for a walk and talking. That's what I used to do before too.
it looked like a nice day out too.
Oh yeah, I love to walk and talk.
So,
Sometimes when you walk and talk, you just let things out, man, and you just speak your mind, and that's what I like to do. A form of venting, you're doing something positive for yourself.
yep.
So you're trying to get rid of the negativity.
You know what I used to do when I felt like under pressure and agitated? I would clean. And I mean, I would clean my house and scrub baseboards and vacuum and do all kinds of stuff like that. Kind of like uh, they say that house cleaning is a very good form of exercise.
Oh yeah, house cleaning, yard work, staying active. Keeping doing something in nature. But yeah, I feel pretty good talking about the things that I had to talk about.
Look,
Uh, but
is
I
that?
know people get triggered, get
Yeah.
mad. But I got to speak my truth. I hear people say their stories or say what about. I got to speak my truth about what I think about all that. And that's why I did it on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters,
You know,
because I believe you need to speak your truth of what you think about it. You
right.
know.
I agree. Um, I had something happen when I was a little kid, and I never thought anything about it all these years until my daughter told me about a phone call today she had with my uncle. So, when I think I was about 8 years old, and my brother and I had to stay the night at my uncle's house because my mom, I think she was in labor with my little brother. And I remember my brother and I were sleeping in a big queen size bed, and we were both laying there, and I heard this noise, and I looked over, and at the side of the bed next to me, I seen these little gray with horn, like uh like little demon children type thing. And of course, being 8 years old, I just kind of scooted over and put the covers over my head, and when I looked again, they were gone. So I didn't think anything of this, right? So my daughter calls me and says, "There's something wrong with your uncle." And I said, "Well, what do you mean? What's wrong with him?" "Well, he's been telling," now, mind you, this is the same bedroom that he is in now. He told I guess his wife that a couple nights in a row there's been these little things that have come up from under the bed with little horns on their heads.
Oh wow.
And I thought to and then it clicked in my mind. Could that be the same things I was seeing when I was there? I mean, I don't know the history of his property, but he's owned his property since he was 18 years old. And he built his house on it. And then he extended his house and made a bigger master bedroom. But I don't know what that could have been. And he said the same thing as me. They came out from under the bed. And I thought, wow.
From under the bed?
Yeah. They came out from, they were probably Jesse's little things that were trying to pull him under there. But they came out from there and they kind of peeked up over the side of the bed. And they laughed weird. And I didn't even think anything of it all these years until she said that. And it clicked in my brain. I was like, wait a minute. I've seen those. And there's two of them.
So what do you think they are?
I don't know. That's what I was asking you. What do you think they are? They didn't have any hair. They just had these two little horns. And you could tell they were little and they were chubby. And they just, I don't know. I don't know why he would see. Now, I do remember they only had 3 fingers. 3 fingers on each hand.
Did they also look a bit pig-like?
They were kind of grayish. As far as I can remember.
Where was this at?
In California.
In California.
In West Covina, in California, yes. And I mean, it's not a rural area. It's a very populated residential area. And this uncle and my aunt, they're really good people. You know, they raised 2 kids and now those kids have kids and everybody's smart and healthy. But I found it really odd that he would say after as many years as he has lived there that he's seen this. Now, he has been spending a lot more time in bed because he just had heart surgery. Most of the time he's up and in his recliner in the other room, you know, watching football or baseball or basketball. And so right now he is spending a lot of time in bed. So I just found it odd. And I don't know if I should call him and talk to him about it. Because
the thing is, what would they do when you seen them? Did they disappear? Did they go back underneath somewhere? Is it a basement or
No basement. I had my head under the covers, and when I peeked back out, they were gone.
Oh, but you didn't see where they went to?
No, but I stayed on the other side of the bed. Now, he said that they came up on the side of the bed, like from under the bed, up on the side of the bed, and they went back down the same way.
Maybe that's why you're afraid of midgets.
Could be. That could be.
I mean, between that and my brother. Right, that you remembered the story. Maybe that's why you're afraid of midgets, because of that encounter you had with those. I mean, there would be like midgets, right? They were short. How tall were they?
I know that they weren't any, like when they looked over the bed, I couldn't even see a chin. All I could see was a grin of a mouth, the nose and the eyes and the top of the head. So if they were standing on the floor, they were pretty short. I never thought about that. But like I said, after that happened, I didn't say anything to anybody the next day because I didn't want anybody to think I was crazy. And, so, but I let it go and I just never thought about it ever again throughout my whole entire life till I found out that he's seen the same thing.
I mean, if you're young, it could uncles,
Yeah.
they could pretend to be your imaginary friend. That's what they
Oh,
do.
I wouldn't have been friends with
So
them.
yeah, they try to become imaginary friends in that nature, just to get you to believe that they're your friends or something of that nature. But I guess your senses tell you danger, 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 Will Robinson.
Yeah. And my
So
brother was dead asleep, and I scooted off. And the thing is, the bed was up against the wall, so I was sleeping on the outside of the bed. So I just scoot real close to my brother. I remember him waking me up and pushing me, but I wasn't going towards the end of the bed. I stayed in the middle of the bed. I didn't get up or nothing. And when my uncle told my aunt about what he had seen, she said, "Oh, it's the medication you're on." He just had some heart surgery. He's not on heavy medication right now. Nothing hallucinant medication because they have to have him up and walking so he doesn't get pneumonia and you know so he's not getting a whole lot of medication.
was okay. This is your whose house was this again?
My aunt and uncle's.
Was your uncle in the military?
No, not this one. This
Okay,
is this is my other uncle. No, he was the only
because
one that wasn't.
or did they have something that belonged to somebody that was in the military, like
Yes, he has my grandfather.
Air
My grand
Force?
no, army. He has my grandfather's ashes in his house. One of my other uncles that was in the military, his ashes are in the house. Um, he did have my mom, but I have her now.
And there were some of them were in combat.
Yes.
So I'm thinking, I mean, it's gonna sound weird, uh, but I know something like this happened to me when I was in the army. Sometimes strange events happen, but what do you think of a possible what they call a gremlin?
Me being an adult now, I would say that those things, that's what I would think that they were gremlins.
Like a gremlin,
Yeah.
because I witnessed, experienced some things like that in combat, where we were started having all kinds of problems on our tank. We could hear noises in the sub turret, and we're trying to figure out where those noises are coming from. We started having our tank or engine problems. We started having problems with our equipment inside the tank, and just all kinds of strange things happening, and we're trying to figure out what's going on. I mean, we're fixing to go to combat. We're out there already, fixing to roll across the desert, and a tank just starts acting up. Not just our tank, many other tanks of other people that are there having engine problems and stuff like that. And we're like, whoa, I mean, what's going on? We wasn't having this tanks with the same tanks we had in Germany, but you know, some of the tanks to get to the location they travel in the air. There's some travel in ships, in which possible to me, a gremlin could
Yeah.
have jumped on there and caused all kinds of damage, in which gremlin could be like an attachment, right? Something that your grandfathers might have had from being overseas or being from combat, that they might have had that attachment of the gremlin, you know, uh,
And
something of that nature, which a gremlin would be like a negative attachment.
now
You know
he's
how you
had,
hear negative attachments jumping on not just on people, but on personal belongings.
yeah. Now
That's what I'm thinking you might have witnessed.
he's had my grandfather's ashes for 3 years, but he's also been healthy and he's in and out. And they leave and they go to their house in Arizona in the summertime to play on the lake and what have you. And then they go home. But just recently, because of the surgery he had to have, he's been down. So could it be that now that he's not at a full capacity, that they just showed up?
Yeah, they're going to manifest. You know, the opening is there because he's weak, so they're gonna surface up. Just like is you were a child back then, and you had the
Yeah.
spiritual capabilities to see them,
Yeah.
right? To see the gremlins because we're children of the light. Just like when I was a kid, I would see these things that I try to explain to people what they are. When you witness it and you experience them, you got you can let people let them know what they are. You know, they're very sneaky, man. I witnessed that also when I was in Fort Hood with the gremlins on the tanks. Because some of these tanks, the tanks that we had from Germany, because we had sometimes someone went on an airplane. They got some of them got flown and some got sent through the naval ships, right? So yeah, it's possible. What I'm thinking, something, and not just that, our gear, right, or equipment, or
Yeah.
duffel bags, rucksacks, are airborne.
That's true.
So
That's true.
they're airborne. Anything we belong, any of our belongings, our BDUs, our boots, it's all in a freaking rucksack and on the in the duffel bag, and all that goes airborne. So yeah, there is things up there in the air. I think they call them principalities of the air or something like that.
Yeah.
When we talk about air, it could be anything. It could be gremlins, and to some of the people that are here that believe in dragons. That's another one right there. The possibility could be also things that operate in the air, and I think that there is things like that in different how should I say, levels going upward.
Hmm.
Just like there's things here on Earth, there's
Right.
things up in the air. There's things like that in the water. If there's any Navy
In
people, I know my
fire.
brother used to be in the Navy. The people that were in submarines that were here, they would see things
Yeah.
through their sights, huge things that were in the water. There
Mermaids,
were
probably.
noises, bangings on the walls, like somebody's trying to communicate with them. Even hear things, you know,
Wow.
which is in the Navy. Of course, we will see all kinds of things in the Army. But yeah, possible. Sounds like a gremlin, and I think it was attracted to you because you could see it. It was they have to identify themselves through spiritual law. So I think that's what it was doing when they're showing itself to you. Uh,
It's funny. My grandfather was not a nice person, so I see him carrying around a couple gremlins on his shoulders. I just see that. Huh. Never thought of that. I'm gonna have a. I'm gonna have to call my uncle and have a talk with him. So yeah, man.
well, the dragons, giant snakes. You got to know one thing that there's demons, right? They do manifest. They have the ability to manifest these things. They know what's in your mind. So when a person says that they've seen a dragon, I'm just gonna say here straight up to y'all. I believe that they did see a dragon, but it's because they're believing in a dragon. So the demons are gonna manifest to what's in their minds, right? So it's to what they believe, to what they believe in.
They say hatch one out of an egg in front of me and let me see it.
Yeah,
That's what I say.
but I'm saying that the people that if they believe in dragons, these things that are around us spiritually, they have the ability to manifest to look like a dragon. What they're thinking in their minds of what a dragon looks is going to
Right.
manifest like that to them.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that you can manifest certain things in your reality. If you believe in it hard enough and long enough, you know, it'll reveal itself. And yes, you're correct. Because and it will reveal itself in the form that your mind sees it. So yeah.
So that's why people see dragons. That's why people see. serpents, and the serpent I'm talking about is the one from the Garden of Eve. I witnessed that. This old serpent that they speak about. It was huge, wrapped around this tree. Huge. I know anacondas are big, but there's no anacondas down in the Rio Grande Valley. This serpent was huge. It was you could say like albino or light brown on the tree with red eyes. That's the one where the story I shared, where the sin that the devil was this woman's house. My mother and father were in a prayer group. They would work with a priest that was an exorcist, and the people will go and pray while he's exorcising the demons, right, or the demon out of the people. They will go pray. They will be in constant prayer, assisting the priest, the Catholic priest. Uh, I remember I hid in the truck in the station wagon as I rode to the destination. And then my mom seen me. She told me, "Don't get off." So I'm going to take care of you when we get home. And she wanted to go out there to where it was this how should I say, a wish I had repented. I had asked God for forgiveness and repented for her sins. That the supposedly Lucifer, Satan, was there to collect her soul. So they went out there, and I was seeing all the people in front of this in the yard. So I was trying to figure out what was going on. I got closer and closer and closer. So I'm hearing him pray and everything, but I'm not seeing nothing. Uh, I went up to the gate. As I opened that gate to step my foot into the yard, that's when I seen the serpent on the tree. It sounded it sounded very loud when he was speaking to them, but it was saying to the priest and to the people that were praying. It was saying to them, "Her soul belongs to me. A deal's a deal." Right? And it was saying that it was Satan. And they kept on praying and praying and praying. And then I locked eyes with it, with this giant serpent on this tree, and it's looking at me with the red eyes, and I'm looking at it. And when I'm looking at it, poof, it disappears.
Wow.
When it disappears, I hear them sharing that they defeated Lucifer. I went back to the vehicle because I want my mom to see me there, because I was already going to get a whooping. But the whooping I would have got if she would have seen me there would have been a lot worse, right?
Yeah.
So I was able to go. So was the bigger question is, what were they saying? Were they all seeing the same thing I was seeing, a serpent wrapped around the tree, or were they just hearing a voice? But I was able to see this giant serpent wrapped around the tree. It was huge, but it disappeared. It vanished in thin air. There was a puff of smoke, and it smelled like sulfur.
Wow.
Uh, I'm not sure if I got disciplined that day. I don't think so, because my mom was happy that they was able to help the lady from, I guess, Lucifer, Satan, whatever you want to call it, trying to collect that soul. Um, but I witnessed it. You know,
Lerny,
I
you've
see it.
been missing for a while.
Yeah.
How have you been?
Oh, I've been alright. Just life got very busy. Got all kinds of home renovations going on, so
Oh,
I've been busy. I
oh,
mostly watched the replays. So
have you ran into any little goblins and ghouls?
nah, no gremlins on my end.
That's probably a good thing.
Yeah, nah, I don't feel like having those around.
Well, nobody feels like having them around. I think they just invite themselves, don't they, Abe?
Yeah. I
And
prayed, like I've done cardio 2 days, and I prayed for the Heavenly Father to protect me from anything unclean or anything trying to attach itself to me
Right.
to protect me or Mark. And you know what? It's worked. I've able to do the walk with no interference from anything.
Well, that's
So from
good.
now on, that's what I'm going to do. Every time I go to do my cardio, I'm going to pray before. If I have to pray during, I'll pray during.
Yeah. I
Because
mean,
they can see what's within you.
when you go to do an investigation, I can see them wanting to show themselves or try to spook you guys or something like that. But when you're out walking just to do cardio, you don't want to be disturbed, you know? They can leave you alone, let you do your walk and blow off your steam and what have you.
There
I
was a
mean,
man that appeared out of nowhere when I was doing my live this afternoon. He had a little hat.
oh,
He had was dressed in blue, and he stood right there on the street while I was walking. He wasn't moving. He was just standing there. So I was keeping an eye on him just in case he tried to do something, you know. But I was keeping an eye on him. So I passed him up, uh, and I just kept on doing my video. Um, and then I stopped after like about 10 steps just to see if the man is still in there in the street. I turned around. He was completely not there,
hmm,
and there's no way he was walking fast. He just literally disappeared.
wow.
So I don't know where he went to or what. He just vanished. I took 2 steps. I mean, 10 steps. Turn around. He was gone.
Was he looking at you when you were walking when you noticed him?
Yeah,
Was it
he
out
was.
by was it
He was
out by
trying
a
to.
field?
He was trying to look at me sideways because I went the opposite side of the street, so I wouldn't cross a pass near him. I don't know
Was
if whoever's seen the video. I think I will have to go to the part of when I turn my head to look. When I turned my head to look, if he was walking on the street, he was gone. He just vanished and it disappeared.
were you out by a field when that happened? Was it while
Yeah, I
you were
was
by
on
that field?
in the main road. I know I was walking, doing my cardio. I was
I wonder,
walking on the street.
I wonder if something happened to him by that street or something, and maybe he was just a spirit that was just standing there. Maybe he's stuck
Uh,
there.
Honestly, I didn't even see him when I was walking. There was nobody walking
Right.
on the street. I was talking to the camera. When I looked, he was standing in the middle of the street, right there on the right side, and he's looking at his phone, like if he's got a phone or something. So that seemed kind of odd to me. So when I turned around to look to see if he was walking, he wasn't on the street no more. Just completely disappeared. He
Hmm.
was an seemed to be African American. So yeah, I witnessed that. So the DDN and this unclean spirits, they can manifest into anything.
Right.
So what happened after that? I walked and I walked all the way back. I didn't see him nowhere, and I kept on doing my cardio. Next thing you know, there was a police that passed by, and they parked around in the corner, and they're parked there. So I think I turn on when I'm recording. I turn the camera around and I do a close up so people can see the police
Right.
parked. Close it up, turn around, start walking back. Next thing you know, I hear the police or the cop car, squad car pass behind me, and they take off the opposite direction.
Oh.
So yeah, a lot of strange things were happening in that location.
Wow. It's crazy.
Yeah. So and I was gonna try to move the camera around, but I didn't. I was too busy with the cardio and talking that I just kept on doing the talking. You know, and I'm sorry, if, like I gotta be talk a little bit more quieter. But I got them tanker ears.
Yeah.
Not that I'm just here to say for those people that might misunderstand me. I'm not here talking loud because I'm macho man. I sound loud because my ears are jacked. That I can control the sound of my voice because of all the booms
I was
from.
uh I was so tired after my afternoon show. I laid down and was supposed to get up so I could do a pre-recorded show at 8. And I slept through everything. I didn't wake up until 10 o'clock, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" But the night before, I had done a 3-hour show with. Have you ever heard of the band Rehab?
I've heard. I mean,
They
I've never
sing
been
that
to rehab, but I think
they sing that bartender song.
which one?
Rehab. The name of the band is Rehab, and they sing the bartender song. And actually a lot of them, a lot of other ones, but they do like a little bit of country rap type thing. It's they're pretty good. But I did a 3-hour show with their lead singer Danny last night, and I had a blast. He was a lot of fun. He's coming to Midland, Texas next month. He's like, I'm gonna send you tickets, but I'm gonna get you. You're gonna sit backstage. You're not gonna be with any of the crowd. Nobody. You're just coming backstage, and I'm sending
VIP.
you merch. And I'm like, woohoo!
That's cool.
Yeah, but I had a blast. I was exhausted all day today, and I finally laid down, and that was it. I was gone. So I have to do the pre-recorded one probably Thursday because it's New Year's Eve today, right? Well, not yet. Oh yeah, it's after midnight. Yeah, we're having a 12 hours New Year's Eve stream on Channel 12. So
Wow, we were almost talking for about an hour.
really,
57 minutes. Time flies.
have
Um,
we really?
yeah, I do want to apologize to the people that must misunderstand when I speak. My ears are kind of shot that my wife tells me, shh, shh.
Yeah.
She always telling me, shh. I could be at the restaurant talking to her and she's like, shh, you're talking too loud.
Mine are like that. I
You
talk
know,
loud. Yep. I know how
so
that
she's always
is.
telling me to, and I'm like, how rude. Why are you telling me to be quiet, to shut up? So, no, you're talking too loud. Yeah, so it's them tanker ears for being in the military.
Yeah.
So I
And
do want to
I worked
apologize if people think I'm talking loud. It's just I don't mean to talk that way. Just
yeah. And I worked
yeah,
in clubs around speakers, them big loud speakers all the time. So I have the same problem. I'll be sitting there talking and people are like, "You talk so loud. I can't hear." What? What do you mean I talk loud? So yeah,
yeah.
I understand that. So people are saying that you're yelling because you talk loud. I had
Or
no.
they say that I got an ego because I'm talking loud.
Mm-mm.
No, it's just a talk loud. I remember even
Yeah.
the first sergeant would tell me, "Sergeant, see us, shut the fuck up. You're
You
talking
know,
too loud."
Abe,
He's
no
like,
matter what you're talking about, look at you have never yelled at anybody on here. Even when
"No,
you want to confront the roach camp, you're like, come on over here. We'll talk about it. You don't yell at anybody. I have never heard you yell at anybody. You may
I've
I've
get,
always
yelled,
been polite.
in the
you can get
past, but
stern,
not on the show.
right?
No,
You can get stern on the show sometimes, but yelling and screaming, you ain't got that in you. You are too calm of an individual to where you can keep yourself in check. You don't make yourself look like a fool out here, right? Throwing your hands around, yelling, and screaming. So, whoever thinks that you're yelling, well, they
oh man, they
obviously
just don't
don't know
know.
you.
My soldiers know how it could be.
Well, yeah,
The ones that were in the military, I mean, they know SRCS. Uh, yeah, SRCS could be one of those people that's going to push you to be the best that you can be.
And that was your job.
It's gonna push you to be a warrior.
Yes, and that was part of
That's
your job.
yeah, it's my job
Yep.
to test you to the limits, put you in a situation that you're gonna overcome uh, the trials and tribulations
Right.
with no problem.
And
Right,
now
that's my job.
your job here on this show is you keep yourself together. You try to help people understand. You give advice. You pray. But you don't yell and scream like some crazy man on this show at people. You don't yell.
And I've heard a lot of people yell at me now, man. It's been like two in a row now. I ain't
Wow.
saying the other person's name because I'm gonna leave him alone.
Right.
He's been keeping his distance away from me in that school. But the one week I had to kick off. I had no choice, Sister Brenda.
Yeah, I know.
He showed his true nature, and I don't need somebody on this show that's going to be disrespecting the woman of spiritual and cryptid encounters.
Right.
Because we got women here that are married. We got women here that are widowed, uh, divorced, and their mothers. And we don't need somebody coming being disrespectful like that.
Yes.
If he couldn't see what he was doing, and it's something that maybe you talk to the boys about that, right? Something in
Oh
that
yeah,
nature. But
yeah. Sitting at the
mm,
bar talking to him. Yeah, that's what that conversation's for.
yeah,
You know,
something like that. We'll
when
go. You're out there in the military, in the field,
when we
talking
asked him,
about certain things, but
yeah,
yeah,
and when we asked him, how'd you like your vacation? I thought he was going to start off on the right foot when he said, "Well, it rains here a lot. We went to this place and the water was beautiful." I thought he was heading in the right direction, and then that went sideways real fast.
that's why I got the shades, man. If I see any reptilian that jump on the show, I see you. I can see with his glasses. I can see your true nature. You remember the movie Sister Brenda
Yep, they live.
with Roddy Piper
Yep. A matter of
and the
fact,
3D glasses?
I watched that not too long ago.
Yeah,
Yep, I
the movie is
remember.
really good. It was kind of underrated. I wish I could make a new one.
A new, yeah, redo it like they do everybody else.
Yeah, but one but I don't know if they can replace Roddy Piper. But yeah, it was a good movie.
Yeah, it was pretty decent.
So if anybody's got any stories to share, I done talked about in about an hour. If you got anything to share, I mean, Sister Brenda shared the story of these little things that he's saying.
Little
They could have been
dreams.
some kind of, I mean, trolls, duendes, but you said they had horns.
Yeah, the little horns on the top of their heads. Small little pointy ones. They weren't big and round. They were just small little pointy ones. Honestly, if I would to think about it, I would think whatever they were babies, young, small. I don't know, but I hadn't thought about it in years. I mean, just that's one of those things I put in the back of my head and just never thought about again. We all do that.
I mean,
So
I know
yeah,
I hear people talk about portals and stuff like that, but if somebody is practicing or dabbling in dark arts in that
right.
home, that these things could come out of a portal because they're opening up, summoning things, and they run loose in the house because they see that they're being, you could say, invited, right? When you're summoning something. What does
Yeah,
it mean when you summon something, Sister Brenda? Or who's it here? Texas Learning. What is it when you summon something? What happens?
it's part of witchcraft.
A summoning is basically to invite.
It's also manifesting.
So if they're summoning anything from a different realm or dimension, anything can show up, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, you basically just
So
leave
it's
the door open.
yeah. So basically, that's what I'm thinking. You might have seen something that had gotten summoned, or that somebody didn't
right.
left the portal open of some sort. Even if they were doubling with the Ouija board, right? If they didn't close it properly, something could enter that way. That's another possibility.
True. True.
Not necessarily that it was your family that was doing it, but whoever lived there before might have done something. Or like I was saying, the gremlin theory. It seems that we're paramilitary. It could have been an attachment.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to step down and get me some water so that you can have others come up. American Zombie asked for a link, so maybe
American
he's,
Zombie. Okay,
yeah,
there we go.
maybe they got something to share. But I'll step down
There's
for now and let you do that and maybe come up
okay.
later. All right?
All right.
Alrighty. Thank you,
All right.
sister,
Thank
for
you.
jumping on and sharing your story.
Thank
And
you.
then you had 3 fingers, so you already
Yeah.
know what that means.
Yes, I do.
Three, yeah, demonic.
Yep. All right. Well, we'll see you out in the chat.
Okay, sister, brother.
All right. I agree with the American zombie. I think certain substances can open doors. I mean, there's also a spiritual opening. With these things of the dark side, they are gotta have very firm boundaries. Anything can basically invite them, such as substances or not taking proper authority of your home, or even having a welcome mat on your home, saying welcome. They are also very, yeah, I would say it technical about it. Say, oh, technically that means I'm welcome too.
There you
That
go.
way.
How you doing, zombie?
Hey, what's up, man? Uh, yeah, I just got done streaming and I saw you were live. I was like, holy smokes. Yeah, just I've seen you before, but I never had a chance to hop on. But yeah, deep subjects, man, with opening the doors, you know. A lot of people don't want to think in that direction, but it's real.
Oh yeah, very real, man. There's a lot of openings that just people don't understand. I used to see, when I was a kid, uh, these unclean spirits, the shadow figures roaming around in the school, going through the walls, going into some of my friends as they're playing on the playground, going in and out of the vessels, out of the bodies. Next thing you know, as it comes out of the one of the kids, the kid starts feeling sick, starts throwing up. That's where the unclean spirit leaves his body. And or either he throws up or at times has accidents. I'm talking about peeing on himself, and he don't even know what happened. But I'm able to see that. There was one time I was playing at the swing sets. I was in pre-K playing with my friend, and I seen this dark shadow figure, come out of the one of the classrooms and went right into my friend as he's inside the shadow figures inside enters my friend's body. My friend is not acting like himself no more because the demon has is in charge of the vessel at the time, and he starts grabbing himself inappropriately and acting different, sticking out his tongue, and I went up to it, and but it was my friend's body, and I looked at it and I said, "Leave my friend alone." And when I told him to leave my friend alone, that unclean spirit jumps out of my friend, and my friend don't even know what happened, and my friend starts acting like himself. So there is a lot of people that I believe uh, have been spiritually attacked in that manner. They just don't know about it because they don't remember.
Yeah.
I mean, I witnessed that when I was in pre-K. No, but that's been my life. I've seen grown men with negative attachments. There's some of these men that I've seen that had negative attachments. There was one in particular. I think he might have had the legion in him because this man, after he was sick, he was mentally there was something wrong with him, not right. But every time I would walk home from school, you stand in front of his door with those glass doors, and he's inside his house and he's standing naked in the doorway, and you could see the demons in him, where they're going in and out of his body. And I just kept on looking, and the demons are doing all kinds of crazy stuff because they have full control of this man. So I get home and I tell my mother, Mom, the man is standing by the door, get naked. You know, there's something wrong with him. You better go tell the mother something because you know my sister my sister was walking like I don't know how far behind me, and she was walking with her friends. So my mom will have to go walk and tell the lady, and then the lady would grab the man, and her son was mentally challenged, and she would pull him away from the door. But I would see the demons within this guy, you know. Never ones that didn't see him because they would show themselves. But I'm going to leave you all the platform. You know, I could share all kinds of stories, but I'm going to give you all the platform. Whatever y'all want to share, brother Zombie.
Yeah, man. That's I think that you brought up some pretty good points where people should take into account more of how when our behavior changes, especially to an extreme, that there could be something else behind it instead of just, automatically responding in kind. And honestly, that's how people get into arguments that can lead to very, very bad things when
Yeah,
both people feed into it,
yeah.
you
That's why
know.
I don't try to argue too much to people because I already know how these things work. You know, they want these things, man. They want people to argue. They want people to be in disagreement, and they want people to be divided because the more division, the more stronger they get, and they're able to take control of the people. That's what these things do, you know. But me, when I would see my friends get attacked like that, I would go and tell the unclean spirit leave them alone. At that time, I was a kid. I was not living in sin, so I'm walking like a like a child of the light, right? Still like a
Mhm.
little angel. Even though that I'm older and I've been through what I've been through, I consider myself that way because I like walking this earth with a heavenly love foundation. And if I see somebody that's being spiritually targeted, spiritually attacked, I'll go free them from that whatever's attacking them. I tie banner beacon Jesus Christ and send it away. And sometimes people don't understand. They're like, I don't understand why I am the way I am. I don't understand. Well, sometimes happens, brothers and sisters, is not that the people or how should I say, are bad people. It's just this unclean spirits that are around us want everybody to view an individual as as a bad person, right? Because it wants to keep them isolated, and it want nobody to help them out, right? That's what I try to do. I'm the type of person I like to interfere, right? Interfere when something ain't right spiritually because I've been through it, I've seen it, and I'm not going to leave nobody hanging. If the Heavenly Father places somebody in my path, I'm not going to leave them hanging. I'm going to speak my truth, even though I've had it where people have had weapons, knives, guns pointed to my head, or uh, man, I got several stories, but where it's a matter of life or death. But I'm gonna take my heavenly love foundation, and I'm able to get out of the situations through a heavenly love foundation because I don't anger, and I'm gonna take my heavenly love foundation, which it protects me from certain situations. It's when you anger when it opens up and those things attack you even more, and they want you to do harm to others. Not just that, they want you to uh, want you to be mad because the more mad you get, the more control he has over you. You know, anger is a spiritual opening.
And
So
to
it's like, yeah,
to realize that it's going on, because the way I experience things, and looking at my surroundings and other people, Most people haven't got a clue what's going on. So they give in to anger, they give in to spiritual warfare, don't do any, uh, they don't exhibit any of their authority. Well, they don't know God, they don't, so much going on. And many people are just subject to it. And yeah, and there's lots of people that need help with this.
Yeah, that's why I don't try to judge anybody, man. I try to stay away from that. I don't like to be quarreling or nothing like that. I rather speak in truth. I know that sometimes as people get upset and stuff like that, but I rather speak it to you in truth than bullshit you. I rather speak it to you in truth. And that's again, and it's not necessarily the people that they're going to get mad because of what I'm saying. Is the things that are getting mad is the attachments that are upon the people, because the attachments that are on them don't want them to listen to what I'm saying, wants them to anger every time I speak or every time I say something, because it doesn't want them to pay attention, right, to what I'm saying, and that's what happens. They
Yeah,
just want
that
to, yeah, they don't want the person that it's like they want them to be like in a tunnel vision, just focused on the target, and they want them to listen. They don't want them to communicate or anything like that because it wants to keep them bonded.
well, yeah, that's how they gain their power. Those negative attachments.
I think we lost somebody here, a zombie.
Yeah, yeah, we did.
Yeah, maybe he'll come back on. I'll drop another link. Yeah,
And
but that's what
speaking
it
of
is, man.
these, yeah, and speaking of these negative attachments, it's also, if you want to know one indicator to see if somebody's attached, it's in the eyes. Because I've known a guy, and his eye color really changed. Like one day he has blue eyes, and he's like normal, and the next day he has yellow eyes, and he's complete pain in the ass. He just tries to stir up a fight, and with his eyes, that was the main thing that really can change. Or if people have the eyes rolled back wide, and then not even in control anymore.
Yeah, the eyes is the windows to your soul. What I think that's the saying, right? Uh,
Yeah,
but yeah, the eyes you could tell. Um, you got to be careful also when you're looking at the person in the eyes, because these unclean spirits, if they're attached to somebody, they like to travel through dirty places, and the tear ducts is a dirty place because of the what is it called, brother, that you get in your eyes when the tears
yeah,
come out?
yeah.
Was
There's
it
also
in Spanish? It's called lagañas. That's what it's called in Spanish. But that's how they travel through the tear ducts. So if you're looking at something and you're seeing the color of the eyes are changing, and then you start seeing tears coming out of the eyes because I'm trying to transfer. That's what happened to me this afternoon as I was walking. Tears just started coming out of nowhere. So I started, praying within myself, type on and rebuking that. And that happened when I seen that man standing on the road. Like something tried to attack me spiritually that way. I know it was a little bit cold out there, but it wasn't that cold for my eyes to be teary eyed like that.
but that's probably your own defenses
Yeah.
from his eyes. But if also what if just came to mind is when I was a kid, I really had trouble looking anyone in the eyes. I think maybe when I was very young, before I could remember, I had like a negative experience, and from there, it took me like years before before being able to look anyone in the eyes because it's always felt really, just really weird to me, like dangerous.
I'm
That's
resetting the
indeed.
link. I'm resetting the link. Maybe it could be the link. So here we go. I dropped
Maybe
a
it's
new
his
link
internet.
here. There you go. Somebody was saying that it kept on booting them off. So I reset the link.
Oh, and a face angel.
Yes, sisters. Cynthia, how you doing, Sister Cynthia?
I don't see her yet.
Yeah, it's good when you speak to somebody, you look at them in the eyes, but when it comes down to spiritual warfare, you have to be careful
Oh,
because
and
if
anything can be an
somebody's a
opening.
practitioner, they're going to try to attack you in that manner,
Yeah, but just
by
like
through the
the
eyes or trying to touch you to transfer something.
oh yeah, and the touch can feel really dirty as well. Like even if it's just a hand on the shoulder, it can feel like so yeah disgusting. Even you go like, oh, get away from me. But even when I sometimes walk past someone when I'm on the sidewalk, I'm going one way, someone else goes another way, and I just feel that aura, and I just go like, ew, like don't want to be anywhere near this person.
Oh yeah, I've had it where I could be. I'll give you something that happened to me. I'll talk about. You know, I'm trying to give the platform for the viewers, but I had a thing happen to me where the Heavenly Father showed me that there was somebody coming my way. He showed me, I guess you could say, a spiritual enemy. In my dream, I seen this man, what he was wearing, and he had like a green hat, had white hair, long white hair, and I seen him in the dream. So normally, when I see something like that in a dream, eventually I'm going to run into that individual that is being shown to me. So like about 2 weeks passed by after I had a dream, and I'm watching my Q's and P's just in case I run into this individual that I was shown in the dream, and I go to the bar. It's back in the day when I lived in Elm Grove. I ordered me one beer, and I sat in the bar. I hadn't even took a zip out of it, right? So as I'm sitting there, and I'm just, you know, even when I was if I went to a bar, I'm always thinking about my son, right? So I'm there in the bar, and I'm fixing to take a sip of the beer. Then I felt something, and as how the bars has a divider where the waitress goes in and out. I'm sitting on the edge, and when I look to my left, I seen the man is sitting right next to me, looking at me. And I look at him, and I go, like, "Don't do it." And he makes this gesture with his way, like, "What?" I said, "Don't do it." And I look at him, and I'm looking him straight in his eyes, and he's looking at me, and he goes, like, "Okay," just by the nod of his head. So he gets up and he looks at me, and I'm looking at him. I'm not keeping my eyes off of him. He turns around and he walks along the side of the bar. And then as he gets to the edge of the bar, he turns around and looks at me, and he looks at this old lady, which is the owner of the bar, and he touches her. He touches her, and he goes like that, and he walks out of the bar. So to me, what he's telling me is that that's a woman that sent him, and the wrong that he was trying to do to me, he placed it back to the sender, right, which was that woman. That night, that woman passed away from a brain aneurysm. Well, that man, I guess, somebody else hired him again because I ran into him again. I think I've ran into him like 3 times, and every time I run into him, he looks at me and he's like, he goes like this, like he doesn't do those gestures or talks to me. He goes like F, like fuck, and he goes out of the bar because I can sense him that he's up to no good. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
So
yeah, he's like a
so
spiritual hitman.
spiritual hitman. We don't say nothing to each other. It's just more of gesture.
Yeah, he probably thought, "Nah, I don't want to smoke with this guy." Return to sender.
That's what he did, and that woman died of a brain aneurysm that day. But when I told him no, is basically what I'm telling him is, if you try to do something to me, it's gonna go right back to you 7 times fold. And that's why he went to go dish the wrong he was trying to do to me, in
Yes,
which he
because
wouldn't
the
have done
the
nothing to
wrong,
me anyways, because the Heavenly Father protects me.
yeah, because the wrong was still on his hands, and if he didn't transfer it to the old lady, or anyone else for that matter, he would have been the one.
Yeah. Well, there's cousin Jesse right there. How you doing, cousin Jesse? So I've had encounter with this man. There was one time I was dancing on the dance floor, and I know I just sensed him, man. And I looked, and he seen me, and he was looking at me, and I seen him, and I looked at him like, "Here we go again." I'm looking at him. He's like, and he just walked out. He barely entered, and he seen me, and he walked out of the bar. Like, oh shoot, my cover is exposed. Uh, abort mission, and he took off.
Oh darn it, my nemesis.
Man, I'm telling you, man, it's crazy like that. I believe this guy was from California. He got sent from California. He was some kind of brujo. He got hired to come after me. I haven't run into him anymore, but if I do run into him, he's probably like maybe 10 years older than me, possible 15 or maybe 20. I don't know. He's older than me, that's for sure. Maybe one day he'll talk to me and tell me, "Hey, man, I had bad intentions towards you," and tell me why he was trying to come after me. Who knows?
But did you see something dark or black on his hand, like some energy, something of that nature?
No, but he was just staring at me, man. Imagine you're sitting there and then you just turn like that, and the guy, you got the bar, you got the pool tables and the people that are dancing, and he's not focused or none of that. And when you look to your left, he's looking at you just like this, like just staring at you, like a snake will look at his prey, right? Just staring because he's trying to do the maldad. He's trying to do the wrongdoing. Uh, so I look at him and I tell him no because I already know how he looks. I already know who he is. So when he knows that I know who he is, he's like, oh shit, he knows who I am. Yeah, that's through the spiritual gifts of discernment. Let me see. We got Sister Madeline here. She says, so Abe only ran into him in Elms Grove. When he was the last time you saw him? No, not it. It didn't happen in Elms Grove when I ran into this man. I ran into this man in a bar. I dreamt about the man when I lived in Elms Grove, that I was going to run into this man that had like a green hat, kind of like, and it was not a green hat like a cowboy hat. It was just a green hat, like kind of like Crocodile Dundee kind of style, right? And this man had white hair, kind of like I don't know if y'all seen like The Witcher, what they call The Witcher, the movie or the episodes of The Witcher. He's got the white hair. Well, that's how he looked, and he was looking at me, and I recognized him because I had already seen him ahead of time in my dream. So he paid attention. Like when I said like this, I'm telling him, "Don't do it." I'm warning him, "Don't do it." And he said okay. He got up and walked away. Then he turned at me and he showed me who was the person to send him and touched the person. He touched that person, and the person died that night. Brain aneurysm. Well, there is such thing as spiritual hits, brother and sisters. Sometimes they'll send people like that, or what they summon. What do you think, Tejas Learning?
Yeah, I agree on this. It's also very it's also interesting. But yes, these spiritual hitmen, they do exist. I mean, I remember having one, and oh man, when was that?
Well,
1 or 2 years ago, I
I just
think.
wanted to finish answering Maddie's question.
Okay.
Maddie, that happened in a bar, and then I ran into him two different times up here in Temple in two different locations. So a total of three times. But every time that I ran into him, I recognized him, and I haven't seen him in a while. But yeah, three different times in the past. The 2015. The past 10 years, three different times. Go ahead, brother. Texas Learning.
Yes, there was somebody because some people can travel in spirit. People who are physically alive, they can travel in spirit. I had someone coming after me who was traveling in spirit, but I got notified of it earlier, so I could take precautions. I basically got an angel to protect me and actually give him a good whooping. And those persons, they were actually part of a group of people. They were from a different country, although I'm not exactly sure where. I do know they're from a distance for where I am, and I'm currently living in the UK. But for some reason, they had me as the target, and one of these guys just came flying through me. Now, meanwhile, I had precaution. I had a pre premonition. Sorry, my language is broken at the moment. I had a
That's fine, brother.
yes, I had a premonition. So I asked an angel. I said, "Can you please protect me because something is coming?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." So and then I had a vision of the angel just stopping him and saying, "Yo, what are you doing?" And gave him a good slapping around. And that person, I saw some guy, and he was sitting in a room, and there were like at least two other people with him, and I saw like smoke coming out of his head, like um, just like you have when you take in a lot of information and your head is just gone, like information overload, basically. So that's the information I've gotten from then, and since then and before then, just nothing else happened in that regard. It was just that one time experience.
Oh man, I've had so many experiences like that. Spiritual hits where they come after not just me. When I was younger, after I lost my mother, they try to come for me and my family, man. Where I guess you could say I'm gonna say astral project, but I'll say I could see them in spirit in my backyard. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does.
That I could see their how they looked and everything, and but they're vibrating in a different frequency, which is they look like more in spirit than in the flesh, and they're chanting something. I remember I went up to it was three of them. It was the warlock. They had like maroon on them, and two witches. They were dressed in black, and they were in my backyard, and they were chanting something. I went up to them and I started fighting spiritually against them, and I started saying the Our Father as I was saying the Our Father, and I call upon the heavenly angels to come assist you spiritually. They disappeared. They vanished from my backyard, uh, and they were gone. When I call upon the heavenly Father through the deliverance prayer, they took off. It was three of them, but they were literally standing in my backyard. They could have been doing a séance somewhere else, but I guess would that be considered astral projection learning?
Oh, I'm curious. Are they were they vibrating? Is that what you said earlier?
I was able to see. what they were
Yeah,
wearing. I was able to
yeah,
see how the guy looked from the face. I was able to see him, but when I start saying the deliverance prayer, I guess they were working in three, in the power of three. That it broke that the prayer broke the whatever they were trying to do, and they vanished.
yeah. Astral projection. I'm not sure if that's astral projection because that's just a vision you get. Because sometimes I get visions from could be
But
from
if they're
anywhere,
there
but
and they disappear,
yeah,
what would it be called? What would the anybody here in the chat? What would the proper be termed if you're seeing something physically in front of you? I would say maybe manifestation because they're manifesting there. But when you go in prayer against them, because they could be doing that somewhere else, but they're I'm able to see them. Like I said, spiritually, the Heavenly Father has blessed me to see my enemies. No matter who they are, where they are. So I guess He was showing me who my enemies were. So when I seen them, I prayed against them. When I prayed against them, I guess it broke what they were trying to do, the prayer or the enchantment that they're trying to do, and they took off.
yeah, I would say that's a vision rather than astral projection.
A manifestation, right?
Yeah,
So yeah, I did that. At that time when I did that, I was 16 years old, and all my brothers and sisters were younger. Let me see, my other sister is 10 months away from me, so she was most likely 15. Then my other sister was 13. I had my brother Robert that was 11, or he was in sixth grade. Then I had my younger brother and sister that were like 5 and 2 years old. So these people were coming after not just me, but my brothers and sisters. So I had to protect my brothers and sisters. Like I said, I've been fighting for a very long time. Cousin Jesse knows. If he's here in the lobby, he knows. He remembers. So I guess they seen that the head of the household was gone, so they decided to come and infiltrate it because they wanted to destroy the whole family. Uh, and that didn't work because Jesus Christ is with us. You know, all right, we all moved. I moved everybody to Central Texas, where I live now. We all live here in Central Texas now, my brother and sisters, and we're all doing fine. But yeah, you could literally say the one that is dead. Just put it that way. Texas learning.
one of them is
The one
dead.
that is the one that is dead. Every single one of us.
Yeah, yeah. It seems that they did go for the kill, but good thing you handled it appropriately, and you're all good now.
Yeah, cousin Jesse remembers. I don't know. He wants to jump on. I'll drop a link for him. And so they couldn't take us out that way through sending witches and warlocks because I will fight spiritually against them. They started sending people to come after us, literally sending people to come and break into our homes, and they were coming in numbers. Cousin Jesse was there, and his brother Joe, and my brothers and we're fixing to fight a lot of people one evening where they were trying to attack our home. Well, we lived there. Here's cousin Jesse. He'll explain.
Hey, what's going on, Jeremy? What's going
What's
on,
up,
Freeman?
Jesse?
Yeah, cousin Jesse was staying with us when all these things were happening. That I was telling my cousin is a lot more than it's deeper than you think, and he witnessed it himself.
Yeah, I remember more or less the whole town was against you. Um, I also remember that they had a open contract out for all of you.
Yeah, because they had a back in the days, brothers and sisters. For those who know, you didn't have to be a family member to buy a insurance, life insurance on somebody. You could buy insurance for anybody. You didn't have to be a family member. So they had this insurance fraud happen in our town. It just happened that the insurance that was sold to my mother and father had all our names on it. So that's what it was about the claim. So the only way they could claim off a life insurance is for people to be dead, right?
Something
Yes.
like
So that's what
that.
that was about.
I remember I wanted to fight all of them. I also remember going to get you from wherever you were because you wanted to kill him.
Oh yeah, because I knew he was a source. I knew he was one of the guys that was part of that, and I know he was one of the ones that was sending those people to our house, and that's why I wanted to go eliminate him. But then I'm glad I didn't because then I will have to go somewhere, and who's going to take care of my brother and sisters?
Exactly. Anyway, the problem took care of itself. He's dead now, and you're still alive.
Yeah, I think I have a. Let me see if I can find a picture so y'all can see how young we were back then. The only picture I have of actually my actual childhood, man, from back then when we were going through all this. Imagine doing all that and going to school, working two jobs, and having a target on your back because people are gunning for you.
I remember there was a picture of a 17-year-old me and a 15-year-old you, and it was taken in the living room.
Yeah, I'm the one in the yeah, I got it right here. Let me I'll share it with y'all. It's an old Polaroid picture, man, from those cameras. They go Polaroid. I had just barely come off of work. I was tired, and we took the picture. Let me send it over so y'all can see. All right,
Back,
let me
back,
share the picture with y'all.
back then, I wanted to fight everybody.
Yeah, cousin Jesse was you could say kind of safe because he didn't have a hit on him. We had the hit on him, but cousin Jesse was there for us to help us because these people were offering big time money for our heads. I'm talking about they wanted me deceased because I was the one protecting my family. So they were hiring people. That town is dirty, man. We've known of people that gotten murdered there. You know, they're around our age. Jaws got killed, and many others that were young, probably younger than us. No, cousin,
Yeah,
they
very
got
young.
taken out. Yeah, got taken out at a very young age. So let me go find the picture so I can show it of how young we were at that time frame.
You know, that's
I
the
know
only picture.
I'm gonna have to work on it to make it bigger, cousin, real quick.
That's the only picture that exists of me at that age. 17-year-old Jesse.
I think I was 16 at the time. Yeah, I was 16 at the time of this picture, working two jobs. I don't know how I would do it, cousin. I'd be really, really tired. But I did run a lot of miles, so it was no big deal for me, man.
And you kept reminding me, hey man, let's go. I said, I used to say, hell no, I'm busy. And pissed up and smoke.
Yeah, I had to be focused on la familia, you know. Okay, here we go. I'm fixing to share the picture, brother and sisters. When they had the hit out for us, man. We were still young. We were freaking teenagers.
I remember Chang was really skinny back then. There you go. Look at all that hair, cousin. With damn one
Yeah.
of the tongue on. I was too high, Cynthia. I was too high to run.
So there you go. That's the picture, man. I was tired working, but then I had a lot of things on my mind because I knew that at nighttime I could sleep, but I had to stay alert because people would always trying to come to our house, and we did have a lot of dogs that were warning us. We had like what 7, 8 dogs, cousin Jesse,
Yeah. I
Snoopy's
remember
dogs,
I remember the one that used to be tied up in the middle of the yard between both houses.
and they will go do their own hunting because I think sometimes they will buy them food. I can't even remember. I think they will give them scraps, but yeah, we had dogs that was outside, watching over us, and yeah, man, it was freaking some crazy times.
Now that's my brother Joe that had his head cut off, Cynthia.
Well, there is evil people, man. Down there in the Rio Grande Valley, where I'm original. Well, that's where cousin Jesse is right now. But us, we had a hit on us. They wanted us all dead to claim the insurance claim. That's what that was about. Did they even send people up here to come after me? And when they see me, they decided not to instead and just left me alone. They were more like, man, I want to make it back to the Rio Grande Valley. He said, well, then get on. Said, don't come over here with bullshit because you won't make it back to the valley. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you. Hey man, we actually had necks back then. I weigh myself today, man. I weigh 201.
Well, that's good, cousin. You lost some weight.
I lost a lot of weight, man. I was 1 pound away from 300, and I weigh 201.
Somebody who say, who's this woman here? Yes, that's me on the far right, kneeling down. I just barely come off from work, and I was tired as hell. Uh, and everybody, they were greeting me. I had just barely come off of work, and we were just there taking pictures. I just barely walked in the door. I think, right, cousin?
Yep. Yeah, that's me with no shirt on. Yep. Abe is the one in blue and white. Yeah. We actually I gave the Blue Robert a nickname Kwai Chang Kane. Everybody called him Chang. Well, I'm doing all right, Madeline. Still waiting for the outpatient to do outpatient therapy. They have weights and whatnot. Uh, I can barely walk, but it's okay.
There you go. That was a long time ago, man. Many, many, many moons ago. This is like in 1986. Or let me see, 85, 85
85.
or 86.
It's 40 years by now.
I think at that time frame when we took this picture, the Nintendo had barely come out.
Yep.
Mario Brothers.
We still would hurry home to watch G.I. Joe
Yeah,
and Thundercats.
I mean, I wasn't even around at
I
the
think I have
time.
another picture of me when I was younger, like maybe 1 year younger, before before the tragic events happened. Let me show you a picture of me when I was younger. I was real skinny. If I can find the picture, I think it's on my other phone. Maybe I'll show it at another time. But it was against my freshman year.
Jack wasn't in that picture. And I think Jack was away training, wasn't he?
Yeah, he wasn't there. He was already he was up in Lubbock, I think, or somewhere. He went working somewhere. He had left. He wasn't living there. Oh no, he was right. He might have been on the. He was in in the reserve, so he might have been training with his unit. So yeah, we stuck it out, man. And in that town, people do anything for money. Do anything
Exactly.
for a freaking case of beer
Yep.
because it's a port town. The only thing there is illegal activity. A lot of willing and dealing. Just put it that way.
Yeah. Can you imagine? Back then, I went around with a chip on my shoulder and Primo worked, and I used to want to fight everybody.
I don't know how I did it, man, but I managed to graduate in spite of the death threats and dirty cops making those signs, pulling out their guns at me, or going like this. All these death threats. I still managed a way to graduate and was able to get out of there. I really never said nothing to anybody. I never went crying to anybody or anything like that, like to the police station or complaining to anybody. I always mind my own business, right? But what they didn't understand is that if I did cross paths with somebody or they're trying to come in and attack my family, then I would have be forced to do whatever it took to defend my family. If that meant if I had to take somebody out, I would at that time. That was my mentality.
That was my mentality also. Like I said, I grew up at your house, man. So I I know everybody had chores. Everybody did what they had to do, and we never missed a day of school because shit. There was no adults in the house. It was just a house full of teenagers.
My brother Jack and Jesse are around the same age. No, it was your sister that's the age of him.
Of Jack, yep,
Yeah, but
he's
my
a year older than me.
cousin Jesse's older sister is Jack's age. La prima, La prima Susie is my brother's age. Then Jesse is in between, and then it's me.
Well, I didn't have 1 ounce of body fat on me, and now I'm just fat. Got no neck. I got no hair. Ah, ah, ah. Wow.
But yeah, we overcame those trials and tribulations. We had to be how we had to be, but we were able to overcome it. And just like I overcame those times, even though I did lose a family member, I still overcome things now in the present the same way, right? No fear, of course. The number one thing, Jesus Christ first, because he's our protector and avenger. Some of these people that were coming up against us suffered horrible deaths. No, primo.
Yep. Just like Jaws, they he came and knocked on his door, and when he opened up, They shot him in the face.
George was George's brother, right?
Yep. Um, what's his name? Pete Garcia was killed outside his house by one of my brothers.
Who?
You know, one of my brothers, gang brothers.
But who was killed?
Pete Garcia,
I couldn't
Weapons
hear
big
the name.
brother. Weapons big brother.
Oh, Pablo.
Yep.
Yeah, you have a corrupt system there that's set up. They don't want nobody to be better than the people who were in charge. You know, some of these people were veterans from Vietnam, cooking motherfuckers, corrupt motherfuckers. I'll say it like that. In which, yeah, that's our country, but for what?
I mean, the
So
high
so they
school,
so they
the
can
high
corrupt
school.
the younger generation, you know, because they don't want them to grow. You know, they had the mentality of control. If they can control the environment, control the system, the city, then they'll be in power and they'll be living a wealthy life because they're control, right?
I'm telling you, man, the high school has the $500 million fucking um scoreboard. You can see that shit from Lappers,
Yeah. And where did they get the money from that, primo?
from the people, but they had a closed meeting to vote it in.
Yeah, but from what people? Was it from the people or from
Exactly.
the las drogas?
Ah,
Come on.
you know where it came from. This is Raymondville we're talking about.
Bremerville has a reputation for uh like this guy. I met a guy up here in Temple and he said, I know Bremerville. I was there in the what are those little prisons or little what is it called? The little camps that they got there where they have the prisoners.
Yep. The
Well, he was there and he said, I know that I know Raymondville. It's a La Mera Planta. That's what he said.
yep.
That's La Mera Planta of the Rio Grande Valley of all the drogas. That's what he said. La Mera Planta. So that's where we grew up. Where the Mera Planta is, primo.
Well, you know how it is, man. Back then, the coyotes run up to the would run the damn immigration when it would rain. That's when they would get their human trafficking done when it would rain because they stopped no one.
I want to use the shades just to talk here, but I'm trying to read this and I can see better without the shades. So I'm going to take them off for right now. I was just wearing them for because of the shirt. You remember it, no cousin?
Nice shirt.
Do you remember the shirt?
Yeah,
They live.
from that movie with Roddy Piper.
Yeah, that's why I had the shades on. See,
Yeah, with all these lizard people.
I'm just waiting for the reptilians to jump on here so I can see them like the movie.
What do you say? That's like putting makeup on a pig.
Roddy Piper, man. Yeah. Well, in all sincerity, through thermals, different thermals, you're able to see, you know, possibly the true nature of somebody. if they're regular people or they're in a manifestation or in disguise. The different filters that like the capabilities of a tank, what we have, you're able to see the real nature of somebody through those filters, different pixels, right? That's why I tell the viewers, hey, I like going investigating during the day because when the sun is out, the ultraviolet rays of the suns are what? They're
They
different
break the
pixels,
yep, they break the camouflage
and
as well.
they're able to break a cloak. If something is there in spirit or manifested, the pixelization of the ultraviolet sun rays will break that cloak. That's why I go investigate during the day.
Sometimes when I have a very early morning walk, I see some figures. I mean, I have some experience where I saw some figures. They were standing there. I was looking at them, and they were the ones just running away. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I'll just continue to walk with my dog.
Oh yeah, they'll run behind you. They'll run beside you through your parallel vision. They'll be looking at you, but I just say, just keep on doing your regular routine because they're in spirit. But yeah, they can pass right beside you.
If they wanna come, they're gonna come, and we'll see from there. I'm not really afraid. I'm not afraid of them.
Somebody mentioned that they've seen a lot of activity in your house. They haven't seen the video where you're sitting down and it goes around you, it comes around in front, and it goes out the glass door. And that happened while you were doing it live, babe.
What's your primo?
Where you're sitting down talking about it with a workout, and that thing goes
Oh
around
yeah,
you and goes out the front
yeah.
the
It
sliding
passes.
door.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the black flash. Yeah.
yeah,
He
yeah.
was the first, Christopher. Roddy Piper was the first wrestler to ever do a movie.
Actually, correction. One of the first wrestlers to ever make a movie ever was El Santo.
Yeah, I
The
stand
Spanish
corrected.
Spanish movies. El Santo versus La Momia. El Santo versus La Brujas. El Santo versus El Murciélago or El Vampiro.
I
El
remember
Santo,
my I remember
he was
my
fighting all
dad
this.
used to
We're
take
talking
us
about
to.
monsters.
I remember my
It's,
dad used to take us to the Meadowbrook Drive-In to watch the Santo movies, and Santana playing in the background. His cape flowing in the air. Oh wow! Yes, Navia's Angel, the Black Shadow figure.
you want me to share that, cousin?
Yeah, go ahead, cousin.
Let me see if I can find it. Okay.
Yeah, El Santo fought just about everyone. And then Blue Demon took a page out of his book, and so did Min Máscaras. Hey, almost all the bad guys were wrestlers.
Yeah. Let's see. I can find the shorts here. So you want to see the one where it passes right behind me? Okay. I'm looking for it right now. Just for the members here of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, so they can know what Sister Cynthia is talking about. Okay, here we go. Uh,
Yeah, they are, Cynthia. They're the best. I remember my dad used to take a cooler You just sneak it in.
Long run, so long you're doing something. Oh, y'all seen that, brothers and sisters? Something is pissed off. So they like. I know if y'all seen that. I just seen like a dark shadow figure pass right in front of me, and it went past me by the light. Your health is staying physically active. You don't have to lift a lot of weights. You don't have to go for long runs. So long you're doing something. Oh, y'all seen that, brothers and sisters? Something is pissed off. So let me go to the slow version of it. Here we go. Let me pause this. We can talk here. Can you hear me, cousin Jesse?
I can hear you, man.
All right, here we go. Here's a slow version of it.
Wow.
See how big that sucker is? So I'm
Wow.
fixing to pause it right now in a moment. When it goes through again, I'll pause it.
Wow.
That sucker.
Even in the slow motion, it's fast.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to do it one more time. Redo this video in a slower motion. Try to capture it. There you go. Where is it? You already passed, didn't it?
No, not yet. There, it's starting to pass. There you go. Right there.
It's crazy, no?
Yep. And that
Nice.
happened during the day.
It was nighttime
Oh,
when I
yeah.
was doing this live.
So gas tank corrected. Wow. That thing is big, man.
He came out of the closet, dude.
Wow.
I'll leave it there so people can see it pass. Let me look at the comments here. Yeah, but I actually seen it pass right in front of me, right through me. I think I even turned on the Palo Santo that I had, and told it that it's not welcome to leave.
Wow.
Yeah, there we go. And that's inside my house in my room, in my bedroom.
Wow. Look at that
Yeah,
thing, man. It's fucking huge.
yeah.
But is there some kind of a portal in the closet, or was it just hiding there?
I believe it was hiding, and like I said, like I always said, through spiritual law, it has to identify itself. So instead of identifying itself, it showed itself through the camera, which is technically identifying itself. If
Yeah,
that makes sense.
yeah, it does. I mean, they're very technical about things. Just like having this welcome mat outside of your home, saying, "Oh, welcome." That also includes me, and they think, "Okay, I'm welcome." They use anything basically.
Wow.
So I'm just sharing it, man. I do have evidence here of short reels like this where I've captured things. You know, this is not no AI stuff or anything like this. This is real real footage from a video. There's no how do you call it? No. These videos are not being tampered at all. It's just things that I catch on camera while doing lives. I have this
Wow.
live video right here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. If you go to the video, you're going to see the same thing in the long duration of the video that I made when this happens. So the only thing I do is I'll just clip it, take a short reel from the time of that incident, and create short reels out of them.
It's like it sucked up all the energy out of the room.
It try to drain my energy, but luckily I had the Palo Santo there.
Yeah, there's many ways to protect yourself.
All right. I hope you'll like this video, whoever's here. You know, it just happened the way that I capture things on videos. I create short reels out of it. When I capture something that's out of the ordinary, I create the short reels. You know, and I save it as submitted as evidence. You know.
I think the good part about it is that it actually happened at your house.
Yeah. There's things I don't like it when I talk spiritually or trying to awaken my brothers sisters in Christ. They don't like that, and that's why it tried to stop me from interrupt my video. Yeah, I have several other videos in this nature, but this one is one of the coolest because I'm sitting there making a video for Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters, and it happens while I'm doing the video. Somebody said that's huge as hell. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I mean, how much more proof do people want to know that when Brother ABC is talking about shadow figures that they're around here in Central Texas? Well, there you go. Around even inside my home at that time. That I had to turn on the Palo Santo. You see how close that passes by me? Well, that's what happens when I go for walks. That's what happens if I'm doing cardio. Things like this happen to me all the time, in which I haven't debunked the videos of when I went walking out there, but I'm more sure that I probably captured something because they always surface up that way.
Wow. And so I'm still watching the video, man, and that thing is huge. And you follow your eyes, they move around with it.
So I'm gonna. I mean, it's a cool video to watch, but I don't want no negative energies trying to transfer through his video. So we type on rebuke that unclean spirit that's on the video. We type on rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ for you not to affect anybody, any of the members here of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. So let me take this off for right now
Amen.
because things can get a pretty. I don't want nothing to transfer to anybody, but yeah, that's been the story of my life. Those are the things that I've seen all my life. This dark shadow figures like that try to attack or attach, drain your energy.
Hey, at least you weren't dragged under a bed.
No, I know that everybody's got they're doing their own thing. That's cool. But me, when I talk about the spiritual aspect of things, I have my evidence. I'm not just talking and telling your story. I'm telling you because I experienced it. And I just don't got the stories that I tell you, I got evidence of these things. Like that video. I have another one where I'm out there in the woods and it passes right in front of me, and it's like I'm thinking there's more than one because it's massive. You'd think that one was massive. The other one was way bigger. I think let me see if I can find that one and share that one with y'all. The one that is huge, it passes right beside me out there in the open field. You remember that one, Primo?
Yep, I remember. I remember. You scared quite a few.
Let
Yeah,
me
I
see if I can
remember that
find.
one.
Let me see if I can find that one so people can see that one. Yeah, that one was huge, man. But
Yeah, I had a big old red handprint on my calf, Cynthia, from being dragged under the bed. Thanks to the foot of the bed, I wasn't dragged completely under. But these people were used to it. They all laughed. I was in fear for my life. They all laughed.
yeah,
I turned the light and I looked under the bed and there was nothing underneath. But I still had that red handprint on my calf from where it was dragging me. My my nuts didn't even hurt from being dragged. I was so scared.
okay, here we go. Let me share this video with y'all. Because I've been through here. I just heard something here. Sounded like some kind of bark. Because I've been through here. I just heard something here. Sounded like some kind of bark. This is on regular because speed. I've been through here. I just heard something here. Sounded like I'm gonna pause that. This is a regular speed here. It is moving hell of a fast. So now what I'm gonna do, if you can hear me, cousin Jesse, I'm gonna go to the slow version of it.
Okay.
There you go. Let's do the frame by frame on it.
Wow.
Here it comes.
Wow.
Slow frame by frame, which you can tell it's going to be more than one. There's one there. There's going to be another one up there standing. Watch. You'll see it in a moment when they develop. There it is. You got this one here. There's one standing here. There they are.
Wow.
Can you see them, Primo?
I see the two, but I saw the one that passed in front also.
Yeah. There's many of them. There's more than one. And this is in lowered speed, and it's still moving fast. Yeah, there was one that passed them up. So, and here's the regular footage. Oh, wrong one. It's not going to let me show it. That's okay. You already seen how fast it was moving in the first place.
Yep. Cynthia.
What do you think about that, folks?
Cynthia says, "Ooh, I saw the one standing up."
Somebody said, "Oh hell no!" Yeah, it was more than one. Uh, when there's more than one is because what's the saying in the Bible? There are many. When they say we are many,
Legion,
we already know what that is.
the Legion.
Yeah.
You know, if shit happens, and this is during the day. Can you imagine if this was at night?
Well, I do get the image of the one at nighttime that I was able to capture it at the nighttime, also moving just like this in spirit form, but at regular speed. Somebody say yuck. So we type and rebuke that unclean spirit, so it won't affect any of the members here on spiritual encrypted encounters. We would type and rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ. Pray not to transfer itself to the viewers or to anybody up here on the panel. So, what
Amen.
do you think about that one, learning?
I
What I
think
um yeah, one second, please.
What did you see in the picture, uh, Primo,
I
or
saw a
the
bunch.
show reel?
I saw a bunch of bultos negros. I saw a bunch, some at night, some during the day, but they're always around you.
You think that's bad? I mean, it's bad there. I used to see them in Fort Hood, uh, the shapeshifter skinwalkers, the shadow figures in Fort Hood, up on the mountain range when I spent like a year working with S3. I was in a tanker for about a year. I was working with the Center of Operations, in which we were set up on the mountain ranges, on top of the mountaintops or hills. When it's things up there, when it comes down to shadow figures, shapeshifter skinwalkers, activity like what they say Sasquatch might do, throwing the rocks, banging the rocks, big piles of crap. But to me, I believe all that is dealing with the same thing, which I will lead to, the DDN and shapeshifter skinwalker activity.
God,
I have to go now, actually. So thanks for the live, and I'll see you another time.
Alrighty, brother. God bless
All
you.
right, see ya.
you've been on for 2 hours, cousin. Wow.
Yeah.
Been beyond the box, go to sleep.
Uh, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, here's the link if anybody else wants to jump on and share a story. Uh, Me, I just keep it going. If I got to keep it going, we've had a pretty good show tonight, in spite of everything. I don't know what happened to the zombie guy. I think I know who the zombie guy was, and I'm glad that he respected the show. Uh, he said, "I have nothing against anybody, but I know there's people that try to start something intentionally because they want division. That's what feeds them. That's what makes them happy, and that's not the way to go. I believe united is the better way through a heavenly love foundation, and we're able to help each other out spiritually or in any kind of way, right? because the unseen forces or people that do evil works, they want division. No, when you go through much crap, you just don't care. You at one point in time, you tend not to give a damn what people say about you because they already done said everything bad about you. So what do
I'm
you do?
telling you.
What do you do? Just ignore them and just move on forward. That's what I do. Keep on doing the show. But to me, it's a show. But to me, it's not. It's more than that. It's to me, it's continue to do the spiritual works. I'll rephrase a show to doing the spiritual works that I do here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters, and I'm glad cousin Jesse is here, being my wingman tonight. I used to have a lot of people jump on here, but I don't know what happened to them.
They got blocked.
Uh, we got one that went on vacation, and he left his, I don't know, the succubus the succubus got a hold of him, and we done lost him, so he's not here no more. You
The
know,
succubus is
he's
crazy.
going to sleep thinking about young females in the Philippines. He wakes up thinking about young females of the Philippines, but you know what?
You mean the
He's a
girl
grown
boy?
man. Let him be.
The girl boy?
Yeah, he's thinking about the girl boy. So hey, if that's what tickles your fancy, go ahead.
I watched and that guy he got attacked by everybody. If you get attacked by Cynthia, man, come on now. Nobody wanted to hear him about girls half his age.
Yeah.
I'm almost 60, man. I felt bad for him.
See, let's talk about some more things. You know, it's like I try to be a cool guy. You know, just I rather have friends than enemies. But man, golly, when when you want to be the, I don't know about you say this, but when you want to be the top guy, I don't consider myself a top guy. We know somebody that considers themselves a top guy because you don't want to let nobody speak. Then when you go to the Philippines and I don't know if you're a top guy or a low guy, you know, you go to the Philippines, but yeah, man, you get. I know you're a grown man, but golly, try to stick to somebody around your age. What do you think, cousin?
I don't know, man. I feel bad for him. As soon as he jumped on, I got the fuck off, man, because I didn't want to be part of it. Uh,
It's crazy, no?
I'm telling you, man. And then, I watched and then Beyond the Box try to reason with him. And everybody was calling for him to get the fuck off, man. And then Josh jumped on there and he disrespected Josh and disrespected Anthony. And finally Cynthia told him something. And then the next day he had the nerve to get mad because you were going to boot him out. He didn't even apologize. I'm glad you booted him out.
No, what I was doing it was I let him say what he was gonna say because I knew that when I did the live the following day that it was gonna come on back on. That's why I didn't block him on every stream. So I just wanted to see if he was gonna apologize to everything that he said, and he didn't. He started blaming me. Look, man, I didn't give you money to go to the Philippines and mess with his underage girls. And I'm gonna say it like that because that's what I believe happened. He's tried to say they were legal, but I'll say underage girls. That's what he did. So yeah, take responsibility for your actions. And I'm not drunk. Take responsibility for your actions and apologize to the people that try to stop you from making an ass out of yourself. And that's what he did, right? He did it all to himself.
He gave you open the door and he rushed right through it. And I could see you were uncomfortable, but you let him say what he had to say, and he convicted himself.
Yeah. And he was trying to reverse it the following day. Oh, it was your platform. You was in charge, yeah, but you got to be in charge of yourself, of you as an individual. Be respectful. I'm
Know
a
what I mean?
grown man. I can do whatever the effort say. That's all I needed to hear. And vámonos. You need to be here.
I think I did that once, and that was once too many times. I I I gave up on everything, and like I said, I baptized myself, and I haven't had a drink since. Lady boys. Of course he's rich. It doesn't take that much money to live in the Philippines.
That's the word I was looking for. And Sister Maddie beat me to it. He said he's made an ass of himself more than once on here. He is. And he's not just made an ass, he acts like an asshole. So yeah, literally made an ass out of himself.
That's
Like
messed up.
they say in wrestling, was it what does it when they fire somebody in wrestling pretty much what is it what they say? Your future endeavors?
Yeah, good luck to you and your future endeavors.
Yeah, good luck to you in your future endeavors with the lady boys. This is a family show for God's sake.
Most of the ladies that listen to the show were like, "What the hell did he say? Was he talking about women and blah 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 this and blah 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 that?" And like I said, you let him hang himself.
Yeah, I'm gonna share a picture with y'all, man. I'm gonna share a picture with you. I shared it to my brother. My brother was like, "Oh man, that's fuck." You're like that messed up, bro. I'll share a picture of Let me find it, primo.
Come on, if Cynthia has to be the voice of reason, then you know you done fucked up. And then you come back to the next day, you blame everyone but yourself.
I
That's
want to share a picture with y'all. This is just for shits and giggles. You're gonna laugh with this one. Let me try to work on it real quick.
I'm telling you, Cynthia, he loves that shit, man. But shit, I don't know, man.
Check this out, folks. Let me get it. This is a brother Buddha at the Philippines.
All I see is me and you. There we go.
Oh my god. This brother this brother Buddha arriving off his jet or his airplane ride, and they're telling him they want to take him somewhere. We just don't know who that is right there. If it's a lady boy in that disguise or what. But this brother Buddha arriving at the Philippines.
Oh, man.
I just had to share it cause why not? Wait up. I got one more.
I was kind of nervous about being alive too, back in 20 days. But after the first two times, it just got easier. So, like I said, I didn't need to be on any substance anymore. I quit drinking and I haven't looked back.
His brother Buddha arriving at the Philippines, and this is brother Buddha arguing. Let me see if I can get it. If it allows me. Oh, it might not allow me. Wait up. I'm gonna have to redo it again. It's not allowing me to jump on there for some reason.
Hello.
Can y'all hear me? You sounding kind of muffled there, cousin Jesse.
Am I? Hold
I
on.
don't know what's going on.
Down. How's up? How's
So
up? You good? Yeah, I'm completely sitting up now.
okay, here's brother Buddha arguing after coming from the Philippines with spiritual and cryptid encounters and the members of spiritual and cryptid encounters.
What the fuck?
he looked like him too, don't he?
Yep.
This brother Buddha arguing with Sister Cynthia, with Sister Madeline, with brother Josh Turner, with
Exactly.
Anthony, arguing with me, arguing, but he had a good time with what do you call them, lady boys or
Lady boy and the lady boys in the background.
the lady boy in the background is a hugubus succubus. Probably
Well,
got a little paddle is gonna spank him for acting up. So there he is. I'm a grown man. A 50-year-old grown man. I can do whatever the f I want to do. Look
I,
at him.
I can get lady boys if I want to.
It's my party and I cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. There you go. What do you think, cousin? Don't it look like him?
It looks like him.
They're like, damn, I didn't know Buddha was an actor. Let me get his autograph. See, you come in here and disrespect spiritual encrypted encounters. Yeah, a little payback is in hand. A little bit of roasting. Well, in this case, big roasting, a big roast. Pinche marrano, no?
Hey, don't forget to wash your hands, Cynthia. Am I coming in clear now, cousin?
No, that literally stands for that day, man. That's all he was doing, like blaming everybody else and not taking actions for what's coming out of his mouth.
Like I said before, is Cynthia's gotta be the voice of reason. You done fucked up.
Yeah, there you go. So you're right, Buddha, about one thing. I do have control of what you can say, what you cannot say, just like I have control right now of what I can place on here. You disrespected me, disrespected the members of Spiritual Cryptid Encounters. We done heard you talk all the shit you talked about, so now it's a little bit of fun from my end. This how you reminded me that day as you were making an ass out of yourself. I didn't do nothing wrong. What did I do? I
You
thought she
get
was. I thought she was 18. She didn't tell me she was 12 years old, 13 years old. Sick bastard. Right, primo?
yep. Yeah, he wanted to make the channel, but it didn't work out for him. He needs to go back to the Buddha show. Like I said, I got out for a reason, man. I just didn't like what he had to say.
Yeah, I just wanted him to show his true self, man. That that was his true self, and that's all I needed to know. That's why he's not here no more. That's what you're gonna do. You know, Buddha, that if you're listening with a fake profile, that if you did something illegal over there, they can track you down and still arrest you here in the United States, right? I hope you're aware of that. That they done followed you. The government has intel over there. If you did something illegal, since you're part of the United States, they can still put you in prison over here in the United States.
Oh yeah,
I'm
especially
just letting you know
with
because
the
it's happened to many people that go to the Philippines for the same reasons you did. They track you down.
especially with the pull the United States has on the Philippines. I mean,
I'll be
half
right back, cousin.
half of the army is Filipino.
Yeah, they'll track them down real quick.
So how's everybody doing? I hope everyone is doing okay. Uh, as for me, going day by day. I'm still waiting on the outpatient services. Hopefully, by around a year ago in June, I'll be able to walk again without the use of a walker and a wheelchair. That's nice to know, Lunita. Hey, Lunita, I happen to have a duende here at this house where we live at. Come get him. Wow. Yeah, I know I was the guest host for a while, but like I said, sometimes he does this kind of late, and yesterday, today was a real busy day for me. And shit, I woke up late. Yeah, he lives in my daughter's room. My daughter saw him. He on the yard, greenish. But yeah, I can barely take care of myself. Like I said, I woke up late today. It had been on for like 30 minutes by the time I woke up. I was tired, man.
Alrighty, I'm back. Let me take this photo off of here.
Bye, Buddha.
That was a special guest appearance by.
Buddha and Lady Boy.
I'm just saying that he don't understand that they can track him down through the visa, uh, through his credit card, every place he's been. The government can track him down, and they know about these locations, what they do there, and which eventually is going to come back to him. Why? Because of the temptation, right? And they can come back to him, question him, track him down to every place he went to, and they can find out all kinds of intel about him. So he's putting himself in a situation where he's going to get screwed here in the states.
Don't
That's
let
all.
you buddy. We haven't had no snowfall here in the valley yet. But then again, it doesn't snow in the valley. Very rare.
So
Good.
how's everybody doing that? Man, we're always going to be 3 hours, cousin.
Yep.
Wow. Luckily, we started early. Does anybody got any stories that they would like to say? Encounters of any kind of sort? I'll place a link here to see who wants to jump on.
What Buddha jump on with a fake profile?
Here we go. There's a link. Uh,
A lot of people have wanted to be in charge, but like I tell Abe, it's his show, his channel. He decides who or what stays on here.
yeah, a lot of the he made a lot of people dislike him, so they say, well, why he's not here? I want the people to be here comfortable, just to chat, discuss. If somebody has a story, and not hear there's this guy be drunk on the show and be disrespectful to the audience or his narcissistic ways. I don't need that. That's why he's not here no more.
Him and his lady boy.
So, what you got a story you want to share with him, cousin? Tell him about the. I want to know more about the story. There was this guy. It's Tavo's. Remember Tavo's junkyard? Where
Yeah.
Tavo had a son, and there's the son's son comes and sees the show here. He goes to a paranormal table. He's a security down in the Rio Grande Valley. I think he lives in La Sara. Well, that's where they moved the junkyard to, Tavo's. And he was telling me something about a clown over there by where we used to live, by the Palmas, where the palm trees are. You know anything about that?
Well, I pass by there almost every Sunday on the way to church. The house is demolished, but the palm trees still stand. As far as the clown goes, I don't know. I don't hang around there during the dark anymore. But when I used to hang out there with your ex brother-in-law, uh, yeah, there was a clown always in the window.
So, but how did it look?
Um, it looked like a clown. I never got any closer.
So, well, did it have like the red nose, the white face?
Yeah, it looked like a clown, but you could tell it was murderous. It gave off a murderous intent.
So, what happened there at that location? Do you know?
I have no clue what happened there. I just know that clown was there. Finally, that house was demolished, but like I said, the palm tree still stand.
Yeah, he was telling me that that's where they would go, and that they would see a clown over there.
Yeah,
But he said he would have never go nearby there. Um,
we used to park there. Me and your brother-in-law became before we became your brother-in-law. We used to drink out there.
Ernest, yeah.
Hmm. That's wild. He was Joe's friend first, then he dropped Joe, and started hanging out with me. But then again, I prefer to hang out with my little brother than Joe because you never know what Joe will take as disrespect.
Where's Joe? You talking about your bro?
My bro, you never know what he's gonna take as disrespectful. And like I said, I'd rather hang out with my little brother than hang out with Joe. I don't know, my little brother is not gonna get me into any trouble.
Well, there was another location down there where we lived up the hill, where I guess whoever bought the land, I think, what was the girl's name? Sylvia, Martina. There was a land up there that they bought to put a mobile home on there. Well, in that land, when it was just grass there, I would always see, because I would go to the store. I would always see a body standing in the high grass with no head.
Wow.
You didn't know about that one, did you?
No, I did not know about that one.
Body standing there. So I was afraid to go to the store at nighttime. My mom would send me to go get her something, and I said, "Mom, I don't like going that way because I see that the body with no head, and it's just there standing up looking at me." And she's like, it's nothing, it's nothing. Go, go, go. So there I go, and I'm trying to go up the hill, take a left, and there was never a time that I would see that. I seen it there one time, and then it followed me all the way to the figure of no head, I guess a headless body. It followed me all the way to Benjamin's, man, and I seen it standing over there with no freaking head. Man, I took off running to the house. You know, it's when I was younger, and I told my mom, "Hey, it's following me, it's following me." It's nothing, it's nothing. I mean, you're not going to see the head because he can't be looking at you because it's headless, but you can see the body standing. You know, maybe maybe the spirit of the person that died there, where there was an accident or something happened to them, was trying to get me to help them. I don't know, but at the time I was young. What do you think, Primo?
I think that something happened in the yard, and that headless person was trying to get you to help him. Yeah, as far as Cynthia goes, yeah, Cynthia of the original mom and dad. Gilbert is his little brother. I
It was
am 58, and Gilbert is 52.
it was a headless man. that I would see there in that open field. There was always just high grass. It's land that wasn't cultivated or nothing, and it was high grass. We had to walk to go to the corner store, which was in the outskirts of town, and I would always see that the headless man there.
Yeah, trying to get you to help it, but shit, I would have been afraid too.
I mean, you could literally see the body standing there, and it had like a shirt on, but he had no head. At first, I thought it was somebody trying to play a prank on me. I said, it's just somebody trying to scare me. But then I kept on seeing it and I kept on seeing it. And then when I seen it over there at the other store, standing there looking at me, is like that really kind of like freaked me out, you know. And you just see a body standing, but you see a body with no head. What are you gonna do? What would you done, cousin?
I would have ran. I would have ran like a motherfucker. I would have lost my high, but I would have ran.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, and what's weird is I could see the complexion of the hand because you could see the hands. The complexion of the hand was like a was it moreno?
With brown skin.
Like my you know how my dad's skin color was moreno, kind of like that.
Yeah, yeah. You turned 58, and you're proud of that,
Kind of
Cynthia?
like you know, kind of like Gilbert's complexion or something like that. You know? Yeah, man. It was. I would always see it there in that corner. That's. I would always see strange things like that all throughout my life.
Wow.
It didn't matter where it was that I would go. If there was a spirit, I see it. Uh, that's why, like, if I were to go to an area where they say, "Oh, there's this and there's that," I'll be able to tell you what's there because it's going to reveal itself to me.
Yeah, and the thing is, they followed you around ever since you were a young kid because they knew you could see them.
Yeah, I got a story about that. Since there's nobody wants to jump on, share a story. Uh, Something happened to me when I was up here in Fort Hood, nearby Maxwell Bridge. I was 25. I was a sergeant, and I was on a detail. I was out there all day with. I was on a detail picking up trash. You know, I was in charge, and I had the soldiers with trash bags, and we was walking perimeters in this woods. Right, we spent all day out there in the woods picking up trash and just putting the trash bags, all the trash in the trash bags, put into the side. So it was like around 6:15. The supply sergeant that drove the deuce was running late. Uh, so we're waiting for him. The sun was already going to set. So the supply sergeant pulls up and he honks, and I tell the soldiers to get back in the vehicle. They're ready to go back to the billets. So they're running, right? They're running. They jump on the back, and you know they're happy because they're going back to the billets. So I'm the last one walking, and I'm just taking my time. I'm walking, and as I'm walking, I feel something beside me. I sense something. When I look to my left, there's this old lady with what do you call those things, cousin? That they put around like a bonnet.
That scarf?
Yeah, like a bonnet around her head, tied here, and she's looking at me and she's smiling and she has this long black dress like back in the days, like Western days. And then I see her and I see another girl with two children walking with her and they're dressed the old fashioned way, right? And I'm looking at them and they're looking at me and they're following me. So then I hear footsteps to my right on the dirt road. And as I look to the right, I see two tall guys talking about wrong turn. They had those pacheros, and those boots from back in the day, like the hillbillies were, or the Western days. There was like three of them walking on the road behind me. So I'm looking at them and I'm thinking to myself, where did these people come from? And where I was at in that location, there was a little cemetery, old cemetery. So I'm thinking it's the spirits of the cemetery. So I look at the old lady and she's trying to get near me. So I start praying to myself. And when I start praying to myself, they stop. And I keep on walking and I walk a little bit faster and I'm looking and they're stopped on the edge of the three that were walking by the edge of the woods and the ones on the road stopped. And I was able to get in the vehicle and I'm telling the supply sergeant, let's get the F out of here. And I'm telling them what happened. Uh, I'm wondering if anybody else ever experienced anything like that there. I know where it's at, and I'm thinking I'm gonna go do an investigation there also. Where I had that incident happen when I was 25 years old in the military, but that was creepy as hell because they look this. I guess if they're ghosts, right? They look like they were alive, man. But there's no way they were alive because the way they were dressed, like from a different time frame. What do you think about that, Primo?
I don't know, man. It freaks me out at the fact that they were dressed in otherworldly clothes, but then once you started praying, they stopped. That freaks me out right there.
Yeah, it's like they didn't leave the area of where the cemetery was. There was a couple of headstones from back in the 18 somethings or 17 somethings that were there. It's kind of like how they were dressed, like from a different time era.
Wow. Yeah, you were saying in your story that they were dressed in pachetas and the one of the ghosts had a bonnet
Yeah,
on. So
but
yeah,
back in the like the way they were dressed, like back in the Western days, or have you ever seen what was the name of the show they used to show on TV? Little Prairie in the House,
to Little House on the Prairie.
Little House on the Prairie. Yeah, just like that. That kind of that's the way they were dressed.
Wow.
Yeah, I would say like in the 1800s, somewhere around there. But I could see them definitely.
Wow.
Yeah, the yeah
Uh,
I'll never forget that when I witnessed. I was like, whoa, man. That's when
pachetas.
I started noticing that, man, there's activity here. I was already seeing activity out there on Fort Hood when I would go training. The shadow figures. It was more shadow figures at first till I started witnessing the activity of the shaped skinwalkers. But I guess there where there's shadow figures, there might be a shaped skinwalker around.
No, 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 no. Cynthia, pachetas are not belts or suspenders. Pachetas are made of blue jeans and the over long johns, over something like that. They have a thing in the front that's hooked up with some suspenders with the made
Yeah,
of blue.
something like that. But they had the white shirt, and I guess like she's saying, like pachetas, like the suspenders or something in that nature. That was holding up their trousers or whatever. But the old lady that was looking at me, she was like maybe, well, like from here to the Christmas tree, probably like 2 feet away from me. That's how close she was. She's the one that almost snuck up on me, and she just had a big old smile on her face.
Yes, you could see her.
Yeah, she was a white lady.
Hmm.
I could see her. She had her daughter. They had the two kids. I could see her how she looked and everything. But my senses were going crazy, and I started feeling other activity around me. And I said, "Oh hell no! It's time for me to get out of here." It felt like to me if like they were going to either school or to a church or something like that. You know, the way they were dressed.
Blue jean overalls. There you go. Took me a while to remember what they were. But that's what pacheros are. Blue jean.
Yeah. So we've been on for 3 hours and 6 minutes. How you doing, cousin?
Yeah, I'm a little sleepy. I'm about to get off. So,
All right, cousin. So yeah, yeah. I hope y'all like tonight's show. Is there anything you would like to say to the audience, cousin Jesse, before we go?
thank you for tuning in and not talk about the people that are not here any longer. Thank you for dropping in, and I'll see you on the next live. Bye.
Thank you, cousin Jesse, for jumping on here with me. Werewolf Wednesday tomorrow.
Yep, yep, yep.
Oh, we got somebody popping up now. We got Carnal jumping on. You want to jump on, bro? We'll go. We'll do another hour if you want to. I'll drop the link here. If you want to jump on, let me know. It's a yes or a no. If it's a no, uh, you know, we can save for World Wednesday. If you want to jump on, share something, because you remember these things too. I mean, we live in the same house when we're growing up. Yeah, but we've been on for 3 hours. You know, for those that are tuning in, we got a pretty good crowd here. I'll drop a link, see if Jack wants to jump on. Uh, I don't know if he's got to work tomorrow or not. There's a link. It's your choice. You want to jump on? You probably just woke up. You'd be sleeping a lot. Oh, there he is. There we go. Hey, what's up, bro?
Hey, hello everybody. What's up, bro?
Nothing much, man. Just
Yeah.
here, we did a 3 hour show, and I was telling about some what I witnessed when I was on a detail over there by Maxdale Bridge, uh, because that's where we go train and do our land nav course. And they
Uh,
had me on a detail. I took like 20 people with me to pick up trash out there. They had us picking up trash in the woods, and I was telling them about what happened out there, where they got up on top of the deuce like around 6:15 in the afternoon. The sun was settling, and as I was walking, I seen this old lady walking beside me, and as I looked, there was people walking through the woods right beside me, behind me on the dirt road. So I just prayed against them because I don't know. I believe they were ghosts of people, if not ghost, but
yeah,
just by the way they were dressed, I would say ghost. But of what I'm known also is people that live in the woods, which is people that are that dabble in things that live in the woods, like cult like people that are in cults that live in the woods. So I don't
yeah.
know which
I
one it
put,
was.
I put in there that it was coveralls, bro. That's what it is, coveralls.
Coveralls.
Yeah, like the farmers. That's what the farmers would wear.
Yeah, but
Uh,
they were the way they were dressed and their shoes were made out of pure leather, real head. You know, they looked freaked out,
huh?
like they were from a different time era. You know, I wouldn't mind going doing a live there. You know, to see if I'm able to capture that old lady. They almost snuck up on me. I was tired. I was tired, and I just seen her, and I seen the other female that had the two children. And when I looked to my right, I seen people walking on the dirt road, and then when I looked to the left, there was more people. I say, hey, it's time for me to get the f out of here. It's kind of like the Spirit Surfer stop at around 6:15. All the time that we were there during the day, we didn't see a single body, right? But the surfer stop is around 6:15. Is when they manifested.
Yeah, that's right, Cynthia. It's like imprints. Yep. Just like there's like just like the other one that you said a long time ago about the junkyard in Raymondville, and that at a certain time stuff starts to happen and appear.
Oh,
Yeah, there's
yeah,
places like that. Like she said, there where imprints are at.
like something might have happened, something tragic
Yeah,
happened.
just like in the woods, some of the illegals that cross over will tell you stories of there's places in the woods where like there's old shacks and cabins that are broken down and that they hear the horses and wagons and all kinds of stuff and the wind picking up and everything, just like you're describing, like imprints.
How you doing, Jose Cantu?
Doing fine, man, and yourself?
I'm doing all right, man.
You ready for this new year, man?
Hanging in there, man.
It's good, man.
Yeah, just taking it day by day.
It's good, man. It's good. Man, Allah bring blessings to you this next year, 2026.
Oh
May
yeah,
may He give us understandings that we are blind to.
yeah. We're just talking about certain things here. Then sharing some stories of what I've encountered, like when I was in Fort Hood. What I witnessed when I was on a detail out there in near Maxdale Bridge. That's what it's called. I believe they said that the bridge is haunted. That if you go there at nighttime and you take your car and place it in one end of the bridge, on the other end of the bridge, there'll be some lights that turn on and come after you.
Oh no, I never
Uh,
heard that one. I've heard the one
and
about
Max,
San Antonio. Have you heard that one?
no, I've heard about I heard the one about the children that put their handprints. Like if you
Yeah,
put like was it baby
baby,
powder?
you put baby powder and you put there. They say that you put your car on neutral and they push it out of the way because I believe they got struck by a train or something like that, or by a truck or something like that.
Yeah, and that they'll leave the handprints. They
Yeah,
say it's
because
San Antonio, and then some people say it happened somewhere else, and then they try to make the theory that the land looks leveled, but it's not really leveled. That it's like a downcline. It looks level, but it's not really leveled. I don't know, but yeah, I heard the story about that. Uh, the train station there, or the train tracks, where supposedly a bus got in hit, where children died, and that if you stop your car on the railroad tracks, that you'll see all the little children handprints where the push you feel the vehicle being pushed, and the handprints will be there on your vehicle.
yeah, hopefully, hopefully those kids get peace, man, and rest.
Yeah.
Um, what do you think about that, man? Do you think they're stuck here? Do you think they're like stuck? You get me? They haven't passed on to the next life.
Yeah, well, they're called fragmented souls. That's what they're called. That when something tragic happens, and they don't know what happened, because it's just something that they're trapped. So they're called fragmented souls, in which there is a way that you could pray for these fragmented souls, but you have to do prayer in order for them to be able to cross over. and that's why they stay trapped in those locations where they passed away. But they're called fragmented souls. I believe there's a lot of fragmented souls here on this earth that the spirits might see us. They might say you might hear something because they're trying to get your attention, but and they know who has the capability to see them or hear them, so they're just trying to get your attention, but they're here.
Yeah, that's that sucks, man. Hopefully they get their peace sometime. You know, at
Yeah,
last, mental peace.
I hope I try to help out those fragmented souls, but what I do, I pray for them, light up a candle for them, and I pray to the Heavenly Father to send His heavenly light so they can be able to know what happened to them in order for them to be able to ascend, or cross over. Because if not, they're trapped here, and there is other things on this earth that are territorial that want to keep this fragmental souls trapped, or they have, in which we have like cursed lands, right, or cursed territories.
Yeah. Are you familiar with Jin? Do you know what Jin
Yeah,
are?
yeah.
Yeah, that's they're stuck in with them, huh?
Well, they're stuck with things like that, like the gin. They're stuck things with the DDN. Uh, Kind of like, for
So
example, when we
you
talk
know
about,
Jin are natural like. Well, me, I know you. I'm Muslim, and
yeah, yeah,
Jin are like like mankind's enemy, So I
yeah,
always feel like I do actually think about those them, man. Like poor kids are stuck with them, Like hopefully
yeah.
God free
Uh,
them.
when I was out there in the desert, man, uh, during Operation Desert Storm, there's nothing blocking the wind. So at nighttime, I hear, I guess you could say, the souls crying, man. The souls of the people. You could hear them in the wind. Like I said, I can sense things, so I could hear the sense of women, of men and children, like, ghost like, or moaning, where they want help, or they're suffering in some kind of way, shape, or form. But then at the same time, I didn't want to give it power. That I'm thinking it's a spirit of somebody because of the djinn. The djinn is out there, and that's kind of like the DDN. They like to play games. They like to deceive you. They want you to think it's what you're hearing. But yeah, somebody sent me a video and they tagged me about a thing of Bigfoot. That, oh, you got to listen to this footage of this Bigfoot making this noise. I've heard that footage before. Of what I've heard in the desert is a lot crazier than that footage, because to me, I've heard the footage of this Bigfoot, and to me, it seems like somebody's making this freaking noise. Me personally, but being out there in the front lines, I was able to hear, I guess you could say, the souls of the people that are living, that are, how should I say, like ghosts, or in pain, or whatever. I can say pain because they're ghosts, but they're, what's the proper word I'm looking here for? I guess lost souls.
Where they're being tormented, you mean?
Yes, where they're being tormented. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Tormented souls, that you hear them in the wind, and of course, you see the degen out there at nighttime, especially. They like the degen. When I will see it out there, they'll be by the, we have burning pits where we're burn. Of course, uh, the poop from the latrines, and then we burn trash. We had like two burn pits. The one with the trash, at nighttime, you put your night vision, you're able to see the heat that's underneath, where there's still ashes from what you burnt, right? At nighttime, you're able to see with your night vision the dark silhouettes, because the degen doesn't have body heat because it's a spirit. but you're able to see the silhouette of the djinn. They will stand around the pit, very tall, stand around the pit, like they're draining the energy from the ashes that's in the bottom of the the the, the fire. You know, so you can see them if you put on your night vision, you're pulling guard, and you look, you're able to see them through the night vision. Not that it registering body heat, but you're able to see the silhouette, like a dark shadow figure. So when I would see them, I would just pray against them. Say the Our Father, just to stay protected. What's up, bro?
Oh, not much.
Yeah, but yeah, I used to see the Gen all the time out there, man. Uh, of course, since I believe in Jesus Christ, about that's what we're raised to do, right? Is pray when you see something like that to stay spiritually protected.
Hey man, I was having a lot of experiences in my
And
mind. So
and I would see also some of the Muslims out there. They had the Djinn attached to them. I witnessed them. Um, I witnessed them when we
yeah,
went on the sent us to Kuwait City for a day. As a say, you don't have to, send us on a trip to Kuwait City. And I started walking within the city. They said, "Come back here." We were there only for about a couple of hours. They said, "Come meet back at this point at around this time frame." So I'm walking the city, and I see this old man with a hookah. What is it called?
Yeah,
This,
that's what
this
it's
pipe,
called, hookah. Yeah.
a hookah. And I'm looking at the old man, and he looks at me, and he goes like this. He wants me to smoke with him, right? So I'm looking at him, and as I'm looking at the pipes, and I'm going to sit down by him. When I look at the old man, uh, I see yellow eyes looking at me, and it's not the old man that I was seeing. I'm thinking what I'm seeing is the gen within the old man, because you could see the yellow eyes looking at me through the old man. And only God knows what's inside those pipes, no, bro?
Yeah, they were trying
Yeah,
to create an
I think
opening.
you're right, brother Joel. Purgatory.
They were trying to create an opening on you. That's why he wanted you to smoke.
Yeah.
And
How
they
you
couldn't
doing,
help
sis?
themselves.
There's La Carnala right there.
Yeah, his mic was lagging real bad, and it was changing, and it was kind of sounding, creepy.
Who's brother Jose?
Yeah, that's what the people were commenting too. I heard it too, but it was his voice. You know how?
I wasn't.
Yeah, it was lagging.
Oh, he was lagging. Yeah, he
Yeah,
keeps
and
on
it was
going in and out.
making his voice real creepy. Hey, what's up, B?
How you doing, sis? Yeah, she's got all kinds of stories. I just don't know. I always wanted to have her on the show, but she has a problem Cynthia has. Your stream likes kicking her out. What is it you said, bro, for her to do
You
so
know,
she won't be?
just to go to the just whenever to come on, and then I don't pick I don't pick Chrome, and I don't pick the other ones. I just go pick default setting, and then it'll let me in.
Well, you remember, sister? Because we got there was one of the persons, Madeline, that I told you was affiliated with old Buddha. Well, I don't know if it's him or not, but I think he is. Who is this? A nodding, a nodding. Hello. Oh, that person is not is doesn't want to let him on.
Yeah, she could try. She could try to come in. She just don't pick which one she wants to use. She could just pick default setting.
You don't have to turn on your. You don't have to put on your camera either.
You know, or you can just talk to her on the phone like you did with me that one time when I couldn't. My internet wouldn't let me on. Remember?
Yeah. Let me refresh the link. It could be the link also.
No,
Okay.
it wasn't the link. It was the internet. His internet. When his internet starts lagging, it makes the voices lag and sound off, like if it's slowed down or that's happened before. Mine will start lagging you, and I know that it's my internet, and then it'll kick me out.
Yeah, I know who's affiliated with you. I've been knowing. But I didn't want to entertain them. So if they come here disrespectful, I mean respectful, that's cool. All this disrespect stuff, I don't need. There it is, right there. I dropped the link. But yeah, I would witness them over there. This the gen. They're very freaking. How should I say? They like to mess with you at nighttime. Every chance they got at nighttime, they'll mess with you. They don't want you to sleep. They want you to be restless. Uh, which I would lose a lot of sleep. The When I went the second time in '95, regarding the Iraqi border or Kuwaiti border, yeah, this entities out there, the Djinn, they wouldn't let me rest at nighttime. That I'll be tired during the day, and I'll just get rest during the day. We would just set up in an Alpha Alpha, and that was. Now we do a little bit of training here and there. We're doing training guarding the borders, do some maneuvers, uh, but it was just guarding the border. That's what our mission was. But the Djinn will come out at night, and they were very mischievous. They'll come and make their presence known. I would sleep on a cot at nighttime because I didn't want to sleep on the tent, even though there's a lot of scorpions and scorpions can climb. Uh, Big old black scorpions. I'm talking about huge scorpions.
Oh, hell.
Then you had the sand vipers out there. So what I would do, uh, I'll sleep on the cot because I said I'm gonna give me a good night's rest. And everybody, all my crew sleeping on the tank. They're like, screw that. We're not sleeping on the ground. I'm out there. There she is. How you doing, sis?
Hey, B.
Hey, I'm doing okay. My favorite doesn't put me out.
Did you do it like he told you to do on default?
No, no, it just took me straight to the thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it didn't say join Chrome or nothing like that.
they've been doing some work on their stream, trying to. I guess they were having some issues or some flaws. What I'm gonna do when I do subscribe again, I'm gonna try to get the one up than this one. Hopefully, it'll be better quality. You know.
Yeah.
But my sister remembers the things because she was living with me when I was in the army, in Killeen. When I live in the house, tell them about the. I had all kinds of. I would always tell her the things that I would see out there.
Yeah, well, I would see them too. I would see them too all the time and hear them and stuff like that. But you see what the shadow figures.
Yeah.
You could hear little kids outside. I would see, I would see people, but they were already gone. Also outside too. Um,
The ones that over there, because I know you lived in a couple of places. You lived in Nolanville. Do you ever have an activity over there in Nolanville, or is it more like or in Acorn Creek and in Elms Grove?
there was an Acorn Creek, Elms Grove, even at Lupita's. You could hear
Oh
things
yeah,
and see
yeah,
things at Lupita all the time. Um, over there, I don't think that I witnessed anything. I don't think so. When I lived over there in the Momo, or maybe I did see like some shadow figures and stuff like that outside and stuff like that. I think. I'm not sure. It's been such a long time.
yeah. I remember she would call me all the time. Remember to go over there because
Yeah.
there was activity, and I'll go and pray, and I will see the shadow figures in that empty pasture behind the house where the police station
Yeah.
is now.
Yeah.
They'll be there. The shadow figures of the, I guess you could say, shaped skinwalkers or natives, whatever live
Remember
in the land. I could see
like
them.
that one, like that one person that I saw in the tree, and y'all were making fun of me. I said it looked like a monkey, but it looked like a person. Remember
Oh
I told
yeah,
you?
and
And y'all were
the
making fun
reason
of
we're
me.
making fun of her is because where she's seen it, it was you
It
couldn't
was
reach it with your hands. It was very
yeah,
tall. The tree was very tall, and she said she was seeing somebody hanging from the tree limb, but
yeah,
it was like
with
pretty
one
high.
arm and swinging and stuff like that. Yeah. And y'all were making fun of me. I said no. I think it was that guy that lived next door. Remember Kevon? But it
Keep
wasn't
on,
him. Yeah,
yeah.
I thought it was him, but the tree was so tall. Remember?
You seen it hanging on the tree, and then he jumped off the tree.
Yeah, it was like swinging on the tree. That's why I said it looked like a monkey, but it was big. I thought it
But
was him.
there was a lot of activity there in Acorn Creek. Uh, if y'all know
Yeah,
it's got a lot of native land, native names because of the area, right? One of the things that would happen at her house, the doorbell ringing all the time.
yeah.
You go look, and there's nobody out there, and we're like, maybe the
You could
wiring
hear
is not there right and stuff. Sometimes knocking, and then you go open the door, there's nobody there.
the shoveling outside. That there was like
Sh-
digging
Digging like a shovel.
at night or during the day. You could see a lady in white in a dress,
Yep.
you, just walking in the middle of the. What was that? The little thing
A ravine
for the yeah, just walking in the middle in a wedding dress, and
and a
then
wedding
she would
dress.
never reach the end. She would disappear.
Every day we see her
Yep.
go through the barbed
During
wire
the
fence.
day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and she'll disappear right by the bridge
But she wasn't
or the
translucent or
sidewalk.
anything. She looked like a real person, you know? Yeah.
She had black hair, the white dress, and you
The
see her
yeah,
walking, and then she just disappeared.
yeah,
And then the little native girl or
yeah.
native that would appear in the house where it
That
scratched my back.
and
It
then
was
those
messing with us and messing with the neighbor also.
and then those two kids. It was a little boy and a girl that would you could hear the shoveling. And I remember it was a two-story house. The kids were all scared because they were in the window looking at them.
Yeah, the
Remember?
kids. Yeah, they said
Hmm.
that they will come tap on the window, and when they open
Two-story house.
the curtain on the second floor, that the little boy and the little girl are
We're
calling
right
them
there
to
at the
come
top.
outside.
Hmm. The kids would always be scared.
They'll
Yeah,
come. All of them come running down from the stairs,
yeah.
tripping
Or
over
go
each
to the
other,
room.
like
Yeah.
the ghosts are up there, the kids. I will go look, and they wouldn't be there. I will never see them, but they would see them.
But yeah, sometimes too, as when I would be in the room, somebody would knock on my window too, and there was no tree or nothing there. It was a two-story house. Yeah.
Uh, Remember when I took that picture of the raccoon on top of the barbecue pit?
The big
And then,
raccoon.
yeah, the big raccoon, but then you could see a native
So
standing
behind it.
behind it.
Yes, I
That was a
remember.
creepy ass picture.
Picture. Because the and he was wearing like the feathers and everything, you know. Yeah, you
Native.
could see it.
He was wearing the
Yep.
feathers and everything on his head. He was just
But you
looking
couldn't
at me
see
like
his. Yeah, you could only see the head, but not the body.
he was looking at me
Yep.
wicked.
Yep.
There was one time that I was in the backyard and I heard somebody whistling at me from the backyard, from the woods.
Mm.
You know, and the whistle I recognized. The whistle sounded like Joaquin, the way he would whistle. And then I was like, just my imagination, right? Then he
Joaquin, your dad.
mimicked his voice, calling me by my first name.
Mm.
I just did the sign of the cross and said the Our Father, and I walked back inside the house because I know that that wasn't him. I know that that
Yeah.
had to be a shapeshifter
So,
skinwalker or a
something bad.
DDN.
Yeah. They would always call my name too, but it was
Yeah,
mom would always call my name. But she would say Beatriz. You know how she would call me. I would always hear that too.
she would call you like that.
Yep. You know how she would
Where
say Beatriz, ven para acá. But you know how she would say my name,
Beatriz.
Beatriz. Yeah. They would always be calling me, and I know it wasn't her. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Then one day I was back there and I could hear somebody in the woods, some movement, and I'm looking to see if it's a deer. This is Acorn Creek where I lived before moving to Elms Grove, and I started getting close to the edge of the woods. I could hear some movement. Then started hearing some kind of whistle, like of a bird or something, right?
Oh no.
And I'm starting hearing this whistle of a bird. I'm like, what the hell is that? And I could hear like some wings flapping, like. And when I got close to where I was hearing this wings flapping, I heard a sound of a freaking
A
like a freaking
screech.
lion. And then you hear the wings, and something flew up in the air. I could see it move, go up in the air. It was huge. I don't know what it was. The only thing I could think of was a griffin because it was
Mhm.
that big, or a possible demon
It was at night. It was at night
at
or during
night.
the day.
there at night. It was making a noise like it was sounding like a beep beep beep, like if somebody was in the backyard, like with a device, but it kept
Yeah,
on
yeah.
mimicking different voices, different sounds.
Mm-mm.
When I got close to it, it's when it you could hear the wings flapping and you hear the this loud roar, like a
Like a
cougar or
growl?
mountain, like a growl, and then it just
Yeah,
flew.
yeah.
It
I
happened in the
would always
backyard.
hear. Yeah, I would always hear your voice, but
From those
you don't
woods.
know over there at the at the mobile home, but you weren't there no more. Yeah,
Where you hear my voice from?
just I would just hear your voice. Like you know how you would like sometimes like clear your throat or cough, but I would hear your voice. I would hear you talking too, but you weren't there. It was just something bad.
My sister stayed, by the
I
way,
would
in
just pray.
Elmsville after I moved. She stayed there. How long did y'all stay there after everything?
I stayed there about a year.
A year, right?
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Yeah, I
Uh,
remember everything
go
you
ahead.
guys about the two-story house and the kids being all scared. But I remember hearing like a giant rattle from a giant uh, rattlesnake. At, when it would get dark, I would hear it. A giant rattlesnake in the back there. And I
Oh, from
remember
the
y'all,
woods.
yeah, in the woods. And I remember y'all telling me all of these stories, and I was like, hell no, I'm not going in there. They knocked all those woods down now, and they built houses there. All of that is
yeah,
gone. Now there's a lot of
yeah,
houses.
yeah. Now it's houses.
Well, there was rattlers there because I remember one day I come out of work and my first sergeant, one of my in a battalion, uh, one of the company's first sergeant lived right beside me, and I had gotten off of work and I parked my car, and his little granddaughter probably was like 2 years old. She was trying to play with something. I could see something leaping and leaping, and when I got out the vehicle to look what she was playing with, it was like four rattlesnakes, little baby rattlesnakes, trying to bite her. So I picked her out, moved her out of the way, and freaking I stomped on him with my boots, killed him, and he pulled up trying to figure out what's going on, and I was showing him that I told him that I seen her there to check her for bites, and I was checking her. He started checking her for bites and stuff like that, but I killed a rattlesnake. So that house most likely was sitting on a, what do you call it?
Yeah,
A
nest.
nest.
Yeah.
Yeah, was sitting on the nest of rattlesnakes. That's probably why you hear the big rattler.
Yeah. I don't know, but the worst of everything that I experienced was when we were younger. I don't know. It was because at first I didn't know and I was like really, really scared of the stuff that I would hear and see.
Well, when we
You
lived
know?
in Irmaville,
Yeah, when we were young, yeah.
what is the things that
Even
you
a
were seeing over there?
even after Abram, even after when I was the only one that was left back there and I stayed there, I wouldn't let the kids go to the other rooms or nothing like that. If they had to go, potty, I would take them to the bathroom and bring them back with me because they
That
would
last
always say,
last room, there was definitely something there.
yes, that was supposed to be. They would call it the chocolate man.
The kids.
That's what they. Yep, and you could always like feel it. I would when I would sleep. I would sleep with all the lights on, and I couldn't like really sleep. I would stay out, you know, because taking care of the kids, watching them, because somebody would stand outside smoking a cigarette in the middle of the night. You could smell it. I don't know who it was. I don't. I think it was.
Charlie wouldn't smoke, would he?
No, I think it was your dad.
I'm
But
thinking
then I
so
don't
too.
know. And they would be smoking. You could see the cigarette, but I could never see the person because it was dark outside. But you could see the fire of the cigarette, and you could
Yeah.
smell it every night. But then I would hear walking inside, but the doors were locked, all the lights were on. Walking inside, you could hear the dishes, you could hear, a lot of stuff, and you could see a lot of stuff. That's why I would sleep. I would leave the lights on. It was just so bad. You know,
And
but at your
activity
house,
out in the yard, like in the
yeah,
backyard. I remember
you.
because I would cut
I
the
remember.
grass, and the grandma's house, the grass would be high. You could
I
see
remember
somebody
that one time.
looking and ducking.
You
They're
could see a
standing
lot
there
of
looking.
people,
Yeah,
but
like
there were
people,
shadows. Yeah,
shadows, and they would duck into the grass, duck down into the
yeah.
grass.
I
You
I
go
remember,
look, and there's nobody there, but they'll be looking at you.
and it was a whole
I'm not.
bunch of them.
Yeah. What I heard for some people that they say that the area where we live that there used to be a cemetery.
I don't
I
know.
don't know how true that is. There used to be a
There's
cemetery
something.
back in the day.
I don't know. There was something there. Yeah, but then, at the two at the over there in Elms Grove, that was pretty bad too. There,
Which did you think was worse, Elms Grove or back home?
well, back home, if you go back there and you go into that house, you can feel everything. You can feel all the bad stuff that's there, and you can feel it like coming like from the back to the front. You can feel it right away.
And there was
But
shadow figures also and all that.
yeah, I would always see mom. I would always see mom there all the time. But I know it wasn't her.
In the last room.
Yeah, or in the front door. Sometimes when you would be at work, I would, be over there across the street, and I could see her stand because I would leave the door open. I could see her. We could see her standing in the front door
And
or in the back.
back home.
hmm Every day I would see her. Every day. But I knew that wasn't her because
So
I had
something was
seen her.
manifesting, mimicking her.
Yeah, because remember I told you I had seen her in the truck when uh
Yeah.
it was her and it was her and it was a shadow
The,
that
the
was
the truck
there.
that she's talking about, brothers and sisters, is a truck where everything happened where my mother's life got taken. And
Yeah,
the truck we had it there at the house after everything happened, and there was a lot of activity on the truck. Tell them
yeah.
out of
Well,
what you've heard, what you remember of the activity, sis.
I remember it would start at probably like 2 o'clock in the morning, but it would be like real faint. You could hear a door because that door had like a creak, and you could hear it open and close, and you could hear the creak. It would start slow, real low, and then it would get loud and loud and loud, and you could
Like,
see her in there. Yeah, yeah. You could hear it real loud because it had like I guess like a little dent or something. I don't know, but you could hear it. And then by 3 o'clock it would be loud. And it would just keep on, and keep on. And I would be so scared because I was like, "What is that?" You know. But
Then if you look out the window, you're able to see a silhouette in there on the passenger
you,
side.
oh, you could see her ring, her hand and her ring. Her hand would be on the door like that, and her ring would shine. You wouldn't. You never saw that. You could hear her. You could see her sitting down, and you could clearly. I would see that clearly, like if she was there, and her hand and her ring. It was. It would shine with the light, with the moon or whatever. You could. I could see her. You could see her sitting down. That would just freak me out too. But then I became. At first, I was all scared and stuff, but then it didn't scare me anymore. But yeah, you could hear knockings, three knockings. You could hear, you could see a man in the window, but I couldn't see his face. You could see, I don't know what it was, but it was like, I want to say like a little midget, but on the top of the corner in the dark. You never saw that one? That little midget? Remember how the TV used to be on the corner?
Yeah,
There would be one there
you're talking about in Elms Grove or
back home.
at home.
Yeah.
Ronan the voice says the most horrifying female spirit in my house was my ex-wife. But
My
dang,
ex-wife. Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah.
uh, I think the one of the creepiest things that ever happened to me there. Well, when me and Jack will always be fighting, and Mom would say, "Why viene la cosa mala, huercos cabrones?" And we'll be fighting, and she'll tell us to stop, and then she'll get mad. It's okay. Go to the store. Go get me this, and you'll see. You don't want to
Hmm?
listen. The cosa mala is gonna be waiting for you outside. We'll get on that freaking bike with a banana seat, and as soon as we leave the freaking yard, this little dark freaking shadow spirit that looks like a goat running on
No,
twos
no.
be chasing us,
Oh
and
no.
and he'll be paddling, and I will be on the banana seat looking at
And
it,
you would,
and Jack would be hauling ass, because he had the bigger legs, and I was like, hurry, pedal harder, it's
y'all would
catching
see
up.
that?
Yeah,
Oh
Yep,
no.
tell him, Jack.
yep. We would go from
That's
light to light. Uh, and then I had
So
told when we get
we'll
home, I'm
go to
gonna
Quick
jump
Mart.
off. But he didn't jump off. He stayed on the bike and he crashed and stuff. And I ran inside.
Yeah, he left me hanging, Beatriz. He fucking ditched the bike,
that's funny.
and I freaking was in
Oh,
the back
He
seat,
stayed on the handlebars.
and the little freaking goat man or goat kid, whatever you want to call it, was
no,
fucking
hell
running
no.
straight towards me, catching up. I get up, tumble and roll, and run inside the house, screaming and shit. Mom was like, "Ándale, les dije huercos cabrones, ándale, es lo que querían,
She would send us
siguen
to the
peleando,
store a lot.
siguen
That is
peleando."
crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, because they wouldn't even let us go nowhere like that.
Yep. She would send us to the store a lot and at night on purpose.
So we'll be at the store, and we come up with a game plan. I said, "Okay, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to go to the house to where there's nothing but light." But the problem was when we get midway into the block, the freaking light is off. Is The pole is out. There's no light, so we have to go through the darkness. So we're taking our
Mm-mm.
time going through where all the light is. So when we get to the spot, that's all right. He starts pedaling, and next thing you know, here comes a freaking little goat man or goat kid, whatever the hell it is, and it starts chasing us, coming from in between the houses. And freaking Jack, abandoned ship, freaking take off running and left me hanging, and I would get all messed up off the bike.
It's crazy. Oh,
Yeah, it will follow us from the yard.
It, it,
from the yard.
And
would
then now
be
that we
having
get
red
older,
eyes. It
he,
was
he
like a wolf or something. I would see like a wolf, and it would have red
La
eyes.
cosa mala.
And it
La
would be
cosa
hiding. It
mala.
will hide.
Yeah,
Yeah, it will be
yeah,
hiding, waiting for us.
that is crazy. The worst thing, the
I know,
real
brother.
freaked out thing that I saw was those red eyes. Oh man, that really scared me. Super red eyes. About you know how the window was and the blinds were way on the top. It the windows were on blocks. I
Yeah,
mean the house,
the
and
house
but it
was on
was real
pillars.
tall. Yeah, on
Yeah,
pillars, and that those red eyes were the very last. The second one, it was open. The first and the second one were open on the very top, and you could see the eyes there
looking at you.
looking in. Yes, hey, but I still get chills because that was an experience. I had never ever seen nothing like that before.
Yeah, Jack would
Those
leave me hanging out there, man, where that damn thing would start. I don't know how many times he chased us because we was always fighting, and that was our punishment. Go to the store,
maybe that
and
was a little the goat that remember the primos would say
yeah,
that they would feed it at night. The goat
they
que le
said there
daban
was
leche
a
y pan.
yeah,
Maybe it
there
was
was
that one, neighbor.
that it was a goat that would come visit them. Our cousins. At one point in
Mm-hmm.
time, they lived in those two rooms. Uh, but they left to Colorado, so we got the house or whatever. But they would say that there was this goat man or goat kid that would come. It was a body of a kid with the face of a goat, and it would come to him at nighttime, and they wanted what's this?
He wanted milk and bread.
That they wanted milk and
That's
bread.
that's what would give it. Yeah.
So they would give him milk and bread, and then it started getting pretty crazy over there because it would come at nighttime, and
Mm-hmm.
it would come knock on their doors, telling them to come play with it outside the
Yeah.
home,
That's what they would say. Yeah.
and they didn't want to, and it would get
That it
mad.
got really bad. Yeah.
It got real
That's
mad.
not.
When we talk about offering things, sounds familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Bigfoot community, you like to offer things to things out there.
No.
Well, they gave it the bread. They said they gave it bread and milk, right? There's supposedly a body of a kid and the face of a goat. Next thing you know, he comes and he wants him to come outside late at night to play with it.
You get
And they said
mad.
no. He got mad and he
Mm-mm.
started freaking making all kinds of hoof sounds on the walls, on the top of the roof. He was pissed. Uh, and
That's
that's when they
that's
stopped giving it stuff and all but they said that they would see it. We thought
yeah.
we thought that they were just messing around, that they were just trying to
That's the
scare
one
us.
that probably would chase y'all.
He probably
No
wanted
way.
some leche. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. It happened, man. It would chase us. We'll be looking in the darkness and trying to stay in the light to avoid it, but it will come out. Now that we're older, guess how we see it as? We don't see it as a little kid with a goat face.
No.
It's huge now.
Yeah.
I think my brothers run into the one that looks like Pan. Where did you see the one that's? Didn't you see it in Elms Grove, bro?
No, it was there.
That
At
look like who?
the house. Remember, I told you after she passed, I was driving. I was in the truck with our aunt, and we were passing by the house, and she was talking to me, and we were passing by the house, and I saw it there. It was hiding. It tried to hide behind the telephone pole.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, by the Caballeros. You know how the telephone pole's right there
Yeah.
next to our house there. It tried to hide in the shadow behind the telephone pole, but I saw it, and I was like, I couldn't talk. I was like, what? I just stayed looking at it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was
I had seen
half. The bottom was uh goat, and the top
mhm.
part was man. And I told you it looked like our uncle Juan.
Oh no.
He looked like Juan Grande.
Yep,
Wow.
but the bottom was clearly animal, and it had the legs backwards. You know what I'm saying? Yep.
No, I remember I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, I remember saying that a bruja, a witch. I think she was a witch. She was walking in the middle of the street and she was wearing a black dress and a black veil.
Yeah, I seen her
And right
over
in the
there.
middle of the street. But she wasn't she was like I thought she was walking, but she wasn't walking because she didn't have no feet. She was like floating. And she passed, you know, like where the light pole was, but she like went into the a fence into a house, but in the yard in the she disappeared.
By the
I remember
Caballeros.
yes.
I
Where
would
Jimmy
always
used
hear
to live.
where Jimmy. I
Where
would always hear
yes.
across there every night.
Yeah. Yeah. I,
Uh,
and that was the first time I had seen her. I was like, oh my God, what is that? Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
she was all in black.
Yep. In a black dress. One of those old dresses, like a lace, like the lacy dress with the black veil made out of lace, but like from way back then. Yep.
A lot of brujeria there in back home when we were in the 70s. It was bad, man.
I have forgotten about the leche and pan thing
Yeah.
until you guys said
I
it
was
right now.
I
Then
was
I
trying to
remembered.
bring our cousin Tere on here so she can talk about everything that we witnessed there, but I haven't been able to get her on the show. But they remember because man, they'll be scared.
Yep.
They'll be scared telling us their stories. Like freaking, they're afraid when it got to nighttime, and they lived in that room. All
Because they
the
said they had made that room or something like that, but there was like
so,
a hole right on the ground.
yeah,
There was
somebody
a
asked the
hole through the
question,
ground.
was that Uncle Mean?
Oh, I had to pleasant verse. The man goat, very similar description. Accompanied by a demon on each side. Oh no. The size of a horse. Mm-mm.
Somebody says y'all gangsters. One tough I wouldn't survive seeing what you've seen, guys. I mean, when you have no choice because that's what you live, you got to get along with whatever's there, right? Whether you want to or not,
Mm.
because you have no
You just
choice.
you just gotta be strong and don't let it get, como se dice? Don't be weak against stuff like that. You gotta be strong. Because if you're
Yeah,
weak, they'll get you.
if you're weak-minded,
Hmm.
if you,
Yep.
man, how should I say? If you're afraid,
Yeah.
this
Afraid.
is opening. They're going to show themselves more, possibly try to attack you spiritually.
Yeah, because when I was when what I say when I was younger and I would see and hear a lot of things, I was so scared and it would be worse. 10 times worse. The ones that I like got stronger, I wasn't weak anymore. It wasn't so bad, but I could still hear and see things.
Tell them, Beatrice, out of your version of the brujas that will come on the Saturdays. What you remember?
The brujas?
You remember
Yeah.
when Mom would get us in a little circle and pray because the brujas would show up at our house? or were you
The
too young?
They were like birds. I don't know. They were like birds.
She was young, right, bro, when that happened.
She was too young.
I don't remember. I don't remember. I remember we used to pray, but I don't remember that.
Jack remembers.
You don't remember when everything would be going on, and no, she was too small, bro. And mom would have us all in the middle of the room, and the lights would be going on and off, and
No,
door would be the doors would be shaking. There would be knockings on the roof and the walls and the floor.
but I think all that was because of Teodoro. He was practicing that
No,
black magic stuff
it was dealing with the brujas from
with the
Mexico.
brujas. Uh,
Yeah, she was
no,
too young, bro.
yeah, I remember just seeing those witches when you were sick,
I
and
think
they
she
were
was.
old ladies.
I don't even know if she was born yet. I know she was a baby. Maybe
Probably not.
her mom
Yeah,
holding a
yeah,
baby.
maybe she wasn't born when all that was
Uh,
happening.
Yeah, no.
But I don't know
I
about that.
remember. I remember that when I was small, when we were heading back to the house or heading somewhere, and we got lost, and there was a house with all the lechuzas, and there was like a noose, the hangman thingy. But we were in the where he had asked the cop of directions to get to the highway or something, but he sent us down this dirt road.
The GPS, yeah,
Do you
or sheriff.
I remember I was small. I remember that. And there
yeah,
was a big old house that I mean nobody lived in it and all the windows were broken. You could see all these birds in it. It was at night.
The chusas,
Yeah.
dark. They're all dark,
Yeah.
she's
and they all
talking
came
I
at
about.
remember
us.
She's talking
yeah,
about
I
that
remember
castle where they were all on the walls, on the
that's the time
roof, and on the
and I was small. I was small
grass.
then.
Yep, and that place is
Yeah.
close by here.
It
Jack,
is?
Yeah,
Jack remembers the name of the town.
I want to
Says,
go there, but we haven't gone there.
Oh hell no.
what was the
I
name
It
of
want to
the
all
town?
see. I want to
the
go see
house
if we can
almost
find the castle.
that house almost looked like
And you forgot one thing, sis. You forgot about
Oh,
the
she got kicked.
no,
Send her
I don't know
another
what
link.
happened.
Oh, there she is.
no, I'm right here.
Yeah, it says you forgot about the big truck with the lights that was trying to run us off the road too.
Yeah.
It was right
I
behind
remember
us.
that.
It will hit us with the bright lights, and it was trying to knock us
I,
off the road.
I remember that, but I was small. But I just remember the
The lechuzas. Oh shoot, she's getting kicked off now. It could be the connection. Sorry, sis, we keep on losing you.
Can you
Are you
hear me
here?
now?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah.
you.
It was booting you. I don't know for why.
It was probably my internet because sometimes at this time it goes, in and out.
Yeah, the big old truck, kind of like Jeepers Creepers with the freaking big lights, was trying to run us off the road.
Mm.
We dealt with that, and then the lechuzas, when they came flying towards the vehicle, they were hitting us on the side of the station wagons. You could see them flying right beside us. They're hitting us,
They
trying to
were
knock us off the
big.
road. Yeah, they were huge. They were brujas.
Yeah.
There were black ones, black lechuzas. And luckily we had a station wagon that had two tanks of gas. One of the tank was already completely gone, and then the other one, I guess we were running low, and the road became like a freaking road in like a was it a dirt road all the way, bro? Or at one
It
point in
was a
time
dirt
was it like
road.
a
Yeah, it
regular,
was a dirt road.
just like a regular dirt road, right?
Yeah.
But luckily we made it to the sun rose, and we made it to, I guess, this gas station. We stopped there to try to get fuel. They had a meat market in there, right? And the man said that I'm not going to give you no fuel. This is in the 70s.
I
That
tell
time
you,
there
you
was
look
still
like
there was
from the
still racism.
from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It looked
Yeah,
like a place like that.
yeah. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was a old building. Yep, old gas
yeah.
so
station.
they had a meat market in there. Guy had a big old butcher knife, and he said he's not going to give us fuel. So we went outside, and we're like stuck there with we don't know what to do. And then this DPS is passed by. My dad waves him down. He returns, and he tells him what's going on. That he don't want to give us no fuel. So then the DPS makes him give us fuel, or else would have been stuck there, and it most likely we probably wouldn't be here right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, the DPS guy made the people from the gas station to give us fuel. So they gave us fuel. We paid them, and we took off. Yeah, but that happened in what year was that? We're coming from Arkansas. We were young,
That was
coming from
probably
working up
like
there. I think I was
like
like freaking 6 or
73,
7 years old.
74.
Seven,
Because
six
I
or
was
seven.
small, Abram.
Yeah, we were all young.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to go check it out one day, man. But I don't know. It's kind of like they were expecting us to go down the road or something. What do you think, bro?
It was because that's the way they sent us over there.
I think it was a sheriff that
Because
tried to set us
Yeah,
up.
that's
yeah, he sent us down that road.
because it's like I told you, like I said before, there was all these lechuzas. So how many? How many? The whole town is like that. Because there were so many. The whole town is
Wicked.
like that. Yeah.
The other night, I heard a little girl laughing, but I wasn't the only one that heard it. Gaio heard
What?
it too. A little girl laughing. I
Inside
thought
the
I was the
home?
only one outside. Me and Gaio were sitting down outside. It was already late at night. Everybody's asleep, even around us and everything. I was gonna come in and a little girl laughed. She was like giggling. I just stopped and I told Val, "Did you hear that?" He said, "I heard something." I said, "You didn't hear that. It was clearly." He said, "Yeah, I did, Mom." He didn't want to say. I said, "Well," I said, "I'm going inside."
What time was it?
It was late. It was probably like at 2 o'clock in the
Three.
morning, like
You
after
know what it
2.
is if you hear a voice or of a little kid laughing at around that time frame.
No,
It's
no, I
not
don't
a
even want
little
to.
kid.
I know. I don't even want to know.
That's the
I
same
don't
thing
want
that
to
would
know.
happen in Elms Grove. Tell them about
Yeah,
the sounds of the little kids that will go around our house at Elms Grove, Beatriz.
they'll be going around.
Well, no, the noises of the little kids. I
Yeah,
would always see them, hear
playing.
them.
Like if they were playing, laughing. Yeah,
At
running.
like 3 in the morning,
Hi,
you could hear
Christopher.
little kids laughing
Hmm.
outside in a yard. And I'm like, I'll be like, who the hell's got their letting the kids run around late at night
You
like
could
that?
hear it. Even in the park, you could see them running
You could even
around.
see the silhouettes of the kids outside in between the mobile
Hmm.
homes, a little
Yeah.
boy and a little girl. And I'm like, what the hell? I said, man, let me see
No,
who these
no,
little
no,
kids
no,
are.
no, no.
I go outside and there's no little kids. I said, okay, just maybe my imagination. So I go back, lay down, and
But you could hear it.
next thing you know, as I'm
You
going
would
to
hear it
sleep, I hear
again.
them again by my freaking window. And I'm looking
Yeah.
through the screen or through the curtain. I see the silhouettes right there by my window. They're laughing. Then when I open the freaking curtain, they're not there. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, hell no. So I'll get up my holy water. I go praying. How many times, Beatriz, would you find me praying inside the house and
A
outside the
lot of
house?
times. Because you could see the shadows. I could see them all the time in the ceilings at night. Like in my room, I could see it a lot. I could see them floating, but even like you could see them inside the house and stuff like that. You know, in the back door, but those were huge, big old shadows.
They'll be looking at my sister like that from up on top of
Mm,
the doorway, looking at her like that, the
oh,
heads.
I
But
have,
they'll be in the black, what do they call them, hoodies or black hoods.
they were just all in black. Before I
Yeah,
came up here, I saw it was a shadow and there was a man in a like a like a cloak, like a black cloak, but I couldn't see his face. I had seen him before I left. I would see them. Somebody would always pull my feet.
in Elms Grove.
Yeah, or they would move the bed.
Tell them the shadows. You don't remember when I would tell everybody what was happening and nobody believed me. They're like, "Oh, you got PTSD and it's just your
Oh no,
imagination.
they would
It's a
they
meds."
would come out.
Remember?
They would come out at night in the park.
I will
I
tell
got
everybody.
sur- I got
Yeah,
surrounded by those when you had already left, and I was just there with the kids by myself. I had gone to the park one day, and all of a sudden, I just felt something. I was smoking a cigarette, and I felt something, and I looked up, and there was one like in the middle of the grass, like coming towards me. And then I looked, and then some ones came out of the woods, and there was one on the. I was sitting on the bench, and there was one in the tree. They were surrounding me, but
yeah.
I
That's what
didn't.
they do.
I just and you could see them. They were really tall. They were really tall. And they were. It was just they were all black. I couldn't see the face or nothing. They were just like black shadows, real tall. And I just stayed sitting down. I started praying with myself, and then I stood up, and it was like if they were getting closer. And I just stood up and I started praying, and I just started, reversing, going back. And I was just praying, and then I just kept on going until I got to the the street, and I just kept on walking, and they were still there standing. Yeah, there was a lot of them. There was probably like 8 or 9 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they were
So there you
tall. They
go,
were
folks.
huge.
You're hearing it from a story of my sister because she stayed there about a year after I left Elms Grove, and she was having the same experience as I was having. How many times was your name being called from when
It's a
you
lot.
sat in the picnic table?
They would just say just a few times, but
But they would
it
mimic
was
voices
it
of
was
your children, no?
no. I would hear they would not their voices. They would look like them. The kid. They would look like the kids because even the kids saw like Jennifer saw Gallo and it wasn't Gallo. I did see Rick, but it wasn't Ricky. Ricky wasn't even there. I thought he had gone to the other room. I saw him walk by, and I got up to go talk to him, and there was nobody there. Yeah, that's the only one that I saw was that it looked like Rick. And then I heard you. I would hear the kids' voices too sometimes, but not all the time. But I would hear mom and I hear your voice. It's so
Yeah,
weird.
they can mimic voices, brother and sisters.
Yeah.
I remember the time, Beatriz, that you had gone to the store, and I'm sitting on the picnic table because you went there before you wanted to catch it before it closed. You were going to
Mm-hmm.
the Family Dollar, right? And I'm over there sitting on the picnic table, and then I hear you calling my name. So I
Mm.
start walking towards the path, and I hear you calling me from inside the path, and it's dark. And you say, "Come
Oh
help me
no.
with this bags. I need help." You're telling me to go to help you with the grocery bags. So as I'm start walking towards the path, to go help you, I hear you calling me from the house. You're telling me, "What are you doing? What are you doing over there?" and I see you with the bags that you got in your hand. And I'm like, oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
So I just back up and go over there towards where you're at by the house. But whatever it was mimicking your voice, trying to get me to go into the woods because supposedly you needed help with a grocery bag. But you was
Yeah.
already at the house.
No way.
And then I walked all through the park and you were right there. Just like
No way.
when Junior and Bell's daughter got lured into the woods.
Yeah.
You remember that day? Share your version of it because I've done said mine. But what do you remember?
I remember that you went to go look for them, you and Belle, and then y'all came back after a while, and Abram, I don't know if little Abram was like real quiet. They weren't even like really talking and stuff like that. You know, I don't remember much, but I remember that day when you and Belle went to go look for them because you couldn't find them.
I went to the house and I
Yeah,
asked you if they were there, and you said no. I went into the room because he had a Nintendo and a Sega, and that wasn't there. That's when
yeah,
I said call the cops because we had already been looking on for what a good 45 minutes.
yeah. But they were over there in the woods.
So I went one more time and I start I start praying to God to guide me to where they're at, and it start getting dark. As I'm praying, I turn to the right and there was like a bush or something out there by the tree line where the dark shadows will come from.
Yeah,
And I see because my son was a tall boy, so I was able to see the top of his hair over this bush. So I ran over there. My sister and Beatriz had already called the cops. So I find them, and when I find them, they're by this tree in the woods, and they're like in a trance-like state. And I'm asking them, "What are y'all doing here? What are y'all doing here?" They're not responding to me. Uh, and I think I had already yelled that I found them, and they were coming. And then I asked them, "What are y'all doing here?" And they said, both of them said this simultaneously, in a trance-like state. They said, "The man in black called us." That's all they said. And then I
the
think
chocolate
Belle and
man.
my sister came and they took him. And I told them that I was going to search for this man in black. They lured him into the woods. So I searched all that perimeter. I went to the bridge, to the highway, looked everywhere, and I didn't see nobody dressed in black. Or I'm thinking maybe they're talking about African American, no African American.
It was just a
So yeah,
shadow.
that was freaking creepy. And then the following day is when we got the camcorder to go see if we can find this man in black. And my friend Belle brought her
Got
camcorder, so he
Gaio.
recorded for
Gaio went
me.
with you one day.
Yeah,
Gaio
he went
remembers.
afterwards, but she had taken her
He
camcorder.
remembers seeing it. Yeah.
Yeah. What did Giles remember seeing it?
We were talking about it just the other day, and he says that you and him saw it during the day.
Yeah.
Or during the day when y'all went, we were talking about it. Yeah, I think we were talking about it yesterday, and he says he remembers because he went with you. It was just you and him.
When people talk about 401 missing cases of children, now I know what's luring the children to the woods.
I have had a few people tell me.
I know what it
People
is.
back.
It's those things
Thank you so
with
much.
the mimic voices. They can manifest to look like you or me, and they're little
Good
kids.
night, Nev. God bless you.
Good night, Sister Cynthia. God bless you. This is for the night owls.
Good
What time
night.
we got right now? Oh, it's 3:33. Oh, that's not a good number, is it? Yeah, just a lot of activity there in Elms Grove. It's hot and heavy, man. Any location you walk in there in those woods, you're going to encounter something because it's that hot and heavy. Doesn't matter if you're on the highway, you're in the streets, you're going to catch some activity there. But yeah, there's a lot of shadow figures, kind of like druid like, some of them, what they wear.
Has
One time I
anybody
was walking.
seen like
Go ahead,
shadow
sis.
figures like that? I don't know. I can't see really read the comments.
Do you
Has
remember the
anybody
time
really?
when the cops were there, Beatrice, with the big old spotlights,
Yes,
and they
because
had the
they
shadow
had seen
figure?
it, but they didn't know what it was. Yeah,
Literally, there was like how many squad cars? Like six or seven of them.
yeah.
They
Just
were
riding
saying
down the street and stuff. Yeah,
they were hauling ass throughout the streets, and because they said that there
they
was a
didn't.
peeping tom, and that they had
They
them,
didn't.
caught them in the park, and they're shining their spotlights on it. But the only thing you see in the middle of the
Just
light
the
where it's
shadows.
being is a dark shadow figure.
Yeah, and they
They were
didn't.
told,
They couldn't. Yeah,
and they were like, "Freeze!" You know, I'm the
they don't
law.
know what the
Freeze!
hell.
I'm I'm the law. I'm the law from Oklahoma. Freeze! Man, the shadow figure is like,
They
and
didn't know
they're
what the
trying
hell
to
to.
they're trying to hit them with the bright lights, and the shadow figure just moving too fast. So I already know what it is because I had already dealt with them. You know, I've been battling there, and I go to the entrance. At the entrance of the mobile home park, you got a police squad car in the middle of the road before you get to the little bridge where the Domino's is, and they're posting up there. So I'm over there, and I'm checking out the cops that are there right as I'm walking because I'm trying to see if I can see if there's other shadow figures.
Yeah,
So this shadow figure comes and passes right in front of the policemen that are posted up there. As it passes right beside them, there it's huge, and they're like, "Did you see that? Did you see that?" So are we gonna write a report on it? And she's like, "Hell no, I'm not writing a report on it. If we tell the chief about it, they're gonna think we're crazy. So we're not gonna write a report of what we're encountering over here." And they didn't.
yeah. Because
Yeah,
what were they
they
gonna
couldn't.
put?
How you gonna
They
catch
didn't even
a
know.
shadow figure? You know, we got people right that said that they're saber tooth tiger hunters.
Oh my
How you
god.
gonna kill something that's already dead because it's a shadow? You can't.
Ooh,
But you remember
that
that? How
felt
many cops?
dizzy.
How many
It was
squad
like
cars were
about
there?
like about 6 or 7 squad cars.
Six, seven squad cars there
Yeah,
chasing the shadow
they were
figure.
going up and down. Yeah,
It literally manifested. It showed itself to them, but they couldn't
they didn't know what it
imagine.
was.
Imagine if all of them would come out of the woods like that. I mean, this shadow figure wasn't afraid of them. It showed itself to them. It stood right there on the grass. They were hitting it with the brights.
Yeah.
Imagine the light is bright, but what's in the light is darker than the light,
Hmm.
darker than night.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Imagine
just
if they would have
it,
seen the Hat Man.
No, but it,
They would have been.
yeah. Jesse was on here.
Yeah.
He was telling us about when he was getting dragged under the bed that he was fighting with you. Remember? And then he was
and very good.
apologizing to you, saying he was sorry. And then we just went back to sleep. Yeah,
We started laughing.
we
We said
were
we were
laughing.
laughing.
Yeah.
It's because we're used to it, man. Used to, when you're in an environment like that, you're like, ah. So, same old things that we see, so it becomes part of your life, right? But it makes you stronger in the long run.
Oh,
He would say he would see a smiley man, right? Or the hat man? Was it the hat man or the smiley
Yeah,
man?
the smiley man. Beatriz seen him. Tell him,
the s-
Beatriz.
the
In
smiley
Raymondville,
man.
by the window.
Oh, that's the one I was talking about.
The
Yeah,
hat
tell
man?
him about that one.
Oh, I would see a smiley man. I would see a man that the smiley man in the window at night. But I saw the hat man. He came to my dreams. But I saw him in broad daylight at the cemetery,
With the
all
dog,
dressed
right?
in all dressed in black with a top hat, and he had a cane. And uh, there was a dog, a black dog. He was
With the
really
tail
tall with
sticking
the
out.
tail pointed up with red eyes.
Oh shit.
I will see him too. I seen that too when I want to go
And I
visit.
see that in the cemetery in the broad daylight, and it was clear skies. And then I was cleaning mom's grave and stuff, watering and stuff like that. There was no clouds in the skies or nothing, and all of a sudden, dark clouds were like over me, and the wind started blowing real hard, and I looked around because there was nobody there. And then when I turned around and looked, he was standing with the dog, and I think Christopher, he was a little baby, and I had him asleep in the car. So I got, I got in the car and I left, because I was like, what the hell? I got in the car and I left, and then the winds were real super strong and the dust and stuff. And once I passed a certain point, it stopped, and the skies were clear again. Yep, that was the only time I saw him during the day at the cemetery. And he wasn't translucent or nothing like that. It looked like a real person, you know,
Oh, the way he was dressed with the top hat and like the suit, it's like a different
from
time
back
era.
in the days. Yes. Well, it was a the coat was long, and he did have a cane. He was all in black. But that dog with the pointed tail with the red eyes. And then I saw him in my dreams. And then a while back, a few months, I think probably a few months back, I saw him in my dream too again. And he was like calling me, and he was coming towards me. But I started praying. I told him that he wasn't gonna get near me, and I started praying and praying, and he was trying to get near me, but he was real far away, and I woke up. Yeah, but I haven't seen him ever since. And that's the same one that Lupita would say that would beat her in her dreams. And I remember when she would wake up, she would have bruises and stuff.
Yeah, my sister, well, she would sleepwalk, and she would get up and she'll be like, "Okay, yes, okay, I'm going."
Lu- Lupita, yeah,
Yeah, and she'll open the door, go outside,
she
and
would
my mom would tell
sleepwalk.
her, she would tell her, go with her, but don't wake her
Don't
up.
wake her up. No way.
And she'll be out there in the dark, man, going to the backyard like somebody's calling her, and I go over there with her.
I
I'm there with her
remember that.
watching to see what I see
Oh
or
no.
sense. And she's talking, yes, yes, or whatever. Then she goes back inside the house and go lays down.
Yeah,
But I
like
will
if
go,
she's asleep again.
but I will go with her to make sure that nothing will
Mm-mm.
happen to her because by then we had already been dealing with the brujas and lechuzas. So I will go with my sister. You know, and I'm looking to see if I see anything, but she was sleepwalk. Yeah, that was creepy, you know, when she would do that. But our mother would tell us not to wake her up because, well, what was the reason she said not to wake her up?
I don't know.
It's not good
It's
to
good
wake up
because you're
somebody
not.
over sleepwalk.
Yeah, that's sleepwalking. That's what she was saying. Mhm.
Yeah, a lot of crazy stuff. I think I have a picture. I think did you see the picture of the bulto negro from back home? I think you seen it one time, no, Beatriz? Didn't I share
The
it with
picture
you?
that you have,
Yeah,
I think. I don't know. I think so.
The
that I got it off a
like
satellite.
No, no, I don't think so.
Let me see if I can find it
I thought
real
it was
quick.
just like
It was off a satellite image of the
uh
bulto negro back home at her house,
huh.
and it's pretty huge. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I hope everybody's enjoying the show tonight. For those late night owls that are still awake, that are still listening to what we're saying here, appreciate y'all. Here it is, right here. Found you. You ready to see this? There you go. Uh, there it is. That's the home, our home, back home here. Uh,
The
930
empty
West Main.
space.
You see the number 930?
Oh, back home.
Yeah. Do you
La
see the shadow
casa.
figure?
I can't drag it up. Let me see. I can't. Where? I'm more blind than anything, Abram. I can't see. Let me see if I can make it bigger.
Okay,
Not
I'll make
anyway.
it bigger.
I can't. I
It's
can't
huge.
because it's so small on the screen.
Wait up.
I can't see.
Let me make it bigger. Oh, if it lets me.
I can't even. I can't even see the house. Is it right there near the? It looks like a pole. Oh, está en la casa. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. There's the house. You remember
And I
where
no
when they
puedo
would place
mirar.
the dead cats by the pole here, by the callejon? Well,
Oh,
there
in
it
the
is.
backyard.
Yeah,
Oh hell yeah.
it's right here. The
So
Bulto
is this a
Negro.
callejón?
It's
Yeah.
probably the one that was peeping through the window too. Look how big it is. This is our house
Mm,
where we used to live. The chicken coop
yeah.
used to be here,
No,
where
the
our pa
chicken
got
coop
attacked
wasn't.
by a dark
I know
shadow
estaba la.
figure. Look how big it is.
Esta la. Pero the
Let
chicken
me,
coop wasn't there.
yeah, yeah.
Is
Chicken coop used the
ese era el
chicken. There used
calle-
to be a
Esa es la
chicken coop
casa
right
donde
here.
vivíamos.
Yeah, we live right here.
No. Okay, and this is the backyard, right?
There's our backyard,
I
and this is the alley.
the yeah, but the chicken coop was on the other side, Abram. Aquí
No,
estaban los
we had
excusados.
we had two chicken coops. We had a
No, no.
Hawaii one, and we had one here. There used to be another chicken coop right here. Jack
Oh,
remembers
pero
it.
no.
It was like a outdoor cabin we used to have here, and that's
Porque era.
where our
Y yo
grandfather got
sé.
attacked.
No. Yo
Here,
me
let me show
acuerdo
you
que
this.
habían baños y luego acá estaba otro blanco chiquito. Maybe it was that one. Era donde bañaban a Teodoro ahí, ¿te acuerdas?
Yeah,
Y los chicken coops.
let me get a better image of this. I think a close up of it, if it lets me. I don't know, for some reason it's not letting me what's going on with this. As soon as I start sharing it, it doesn't allow me to share the other pictures of it for some reason. So let me find the other picture that I made of it. I guess this is the best one I can do of the close up of it that I'll
Yeah.
share of the shadow figure.
Yeah, I saw it. I see it.
Yeah, this is from a satellite.
Hmm.
It's huge.
Yeah, looks weird.
Somebody says it looks like a Bigfoot.
Yeah, it looks weird.
Yeah, that's what I try to tell people that I know what a Bigfoot is. It's a bulto negro, a DDN, a clean spirit. And as you can see, it's daytime and it's darker than the night because it is what I say it is. It's a dark shadow figure. It's a unclean spirit,
Going
demonic in
back to
nature.
my apartment.
There you go. It's right there. Just doing a close up of it.
Yeah.
But anyways, just wanted to share that with y'all. But we've been going at it for 4 hours and 42 minutes here on Spiritual and
Well,
Cryptid Encounters, and we're still going strong. We have 36 viewers.
I can't
So,
even
what other
see.
crazy stuff you witnessed, Beatriz? Well, you say you're experiencing things over there
Yeah,
in
I be
Arizona, right?
seeing. Yeah, I see. You know, like it's I'll call it ghosts, like during the day and stuff like that. I used to sleep with my blinds open, but I don't do that no more because I be seeing it at night too. You
Let's
know, like where
interject.
you see it
You
like
recognize
walk.
the shirt, Beatriz?
Yeah, from the zombie movie. Oh no, no, no! From that TV show of the aliens, right?
Yeah,
Is that what it is? Yeah, they live.
with
Yeah,
Roddy Piper.
yeah, I remember. Damn, we're old. Yeah,
That's how I
but
feel sometimes nowadays. You know, with society, I need to put on a pair of special glasses just to see who it is. You got all kinds
yeah,
of, you know how Big Papa Pump used to say, for all the freaks out there, holla if you hear me. There's a
yeah,
lot of freaks running around,
yeah.
a lot of super freaks.
Mm.
Was that Beatriz?
No, estaba yawning.
Yeah, I think you were breaking out.
Yeah. Oh, I had taken my earbud off so fast.
Yeah, you say the activity like the crying girl. You were seeing images of people that because the spirits were coming to you of the people that died or got
That
murdered.
yeah, and I see. I felt everything that what they were feeling, and like the stuff that was happening to them. I could feel it, everything. But I could. It was like if it was me, but it was like looking through their eyes. You know what I mean? It's just weird experience. And when I would come out of it, I would just feel so drained, so drained. And then I would like look to see if anybody was missing and stuff. And there you go, the picture of the person. It's just weird. Yeah. And I could just see what was happening to them. It's just so weird. It's just like more over here like that. The one that I got scared of was that with that little girl because she
Let me
was
see
next
who's
to me.
let me see
She was
who's on the
next to me on
chat.
the bed.
Make sure we
Of
got no
course.
reptilians here. Oh, we got a reptilian guy that showed up here. He said he's nuts for
Who?
reptilian. He said it's his first time
I
here.
I can't see.
Nuts for reptilian or something. Must be a reptilian fan. Don't come on here. I'll be able to see right through your disguise. If you're an alien, I got my alien glasses on.
That's funny.
Anyways, just playing around. Go ahead, sis. About the spirit of the girl.
Yeah, that's the one that like I like kind of freaked out because it was like I tried to get out. Like I thought I was awake out of the dream like about 8, 9 times, and I was still in the dream. And that little girl was just next to me, and I could see she was all scared, and she was telling me to be quiet because they were coming for her. And
Oh wow.
you could see them like if they wanted, they were gonna break in the door. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then um, I woke up because she looked at me and said, "Mommy." It was like
Wow.
it was like she was next to me. I could see it. I could see myself lying down asleep, and she was next to me kneeling down, and she was all scared. She had ponytails, not ponytails, but there were ponytails, but her hair was braided. It was just weird. That one scared me.
We got a question for you, sis. It says, has she seen any orbs around, red or blue?
Red or blue orbs? I don't know. I don't. Not. No, not really.
Or any kind of orbs?
Mm, not here in the house. No.
Oh, you never see nothing like that in Elms Grove? Orbs of any kind of sort?
I would see some. Yeah, I would
Like
see some over there.
kind of colors?
I don't know. Sometimes they were what they were white, like white orbs. I could see them.
At nighttime or daytime?
Sometimes at and sometimes at night, but some and during the day. And I remember I would see a white mist.
In the kitchen?
Uh huh. A white
I think
mist.
I think I have
But
a
that
picture.
but that was it. Wasn't nothing bad. It felt. It was like I think it was something good because it felt like you could tell when it was something bad. You know what I mean? But I wasn't. I would always see that white mist, and it wasn't small either. It was like a big old white mist.
Yeah, I think I have a picture of it. I just need to work on it where you could see the mist in the kitchen. I would always see it by the
Yeah,
refrigerator and the sink up in the ceiling.
yeah.
It looked
But over,
like a white mist, and it would be floating up there. It could have been
yeah. It
a
was just
succubus.
I don't know. It was just something a white big white mist that I would see.
Yeah.
And I thought, and I would say, is something on fire? And I would look for like, because it looked like smoke, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, over here I see, I see things outside and stuff like that, like people, like those. There's not like I guess it is. You can say like ghost, because you can't really when they like move real fast. You see it. I see it through
So
the
is there
windows
like
and
a lot of limestone in the area? The
not
ground,
here. Where
caliche,
I don't. Sí hay caliche, hay piedras afuera.
or limestone? Because
No sé.
that's a conductor right there. It stores energy, and if that's there,
And
that's probably why you might be seeing things and hearing things because spirits are going to manifest because of the energy of
and
those of the limestones. There's different kinds of limestone, but limestone
sometimes I
store
do.
energy.
I do at night. I hear people talking outside. I hear 'em, and there's nobody here. But it's like on the wall, in my room, Abra, the wall against, like, towards the other house. But there's a man just barely moved in there. It's just a man, but I hear women talking. And that's what I hear. I hear women talking outside. But like where the wall to the other side of my room is, there's no window there, nothing. And I'd be hearing that, and the lights outside always be turning on constantly. I'd say maybe it's a cat that's walking by or something, because everybody's asleep. But I used to sleep with those blinds open, but I don't anymore because I could feel somebody outside, or I could see them, like the shadow against the wall when the light would turn on. I could see something, and I would look, and there would be nothing there.
How about
That's just
any like women crying, like like hear a woman crying, like La
I
Llorona or
haven't
whatever.
I haven't heard a woman crying. Like just the other day, I heard that little girl laughing outside. In here, when I'm in here by myself, you could hear things in here. And I just pray and I tell them that they're not allowed in this house, that they have to go.
You tell
And
everybody to
every time
remove
I,
it in the name of
yes,
Jesus Christ.
yes, yep, and it stopped inside the house. But sometimes, like the dog, you know how the dogs know? Or we can be outside and the dog just looking inside, barking and barking and just looking and barking. But like if somebody's there. And then one day I called Jennifer and he says, "Hey, Tokai," I said hi because I was going outside. The guy wasn't home. I said, "Gal's not here." He says, "Yeah, he's right there behind you." Like, no, he's not. Yeah. And, but yeah, but no. I turn on the candle and, I pray. It's not, at first it was, I could feel stuff, I could hear things. They would move my bed, you know, in my room constantly at night. And I felt like if somebody would sit on my bed and stuff like that, but not anymore after that I
You cl-
prayed and all that.
you cleansed it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody
Yep.
asked a question. Which sound was the creepiest sound you've ever heard, guys?
The creepiest sound, a screech, or like a screeching noise,
Oh, the screech
or
of the lechuza.
I don't know, it was just like a screech with that lady screaming in the middle of the night.
Oh, Ted,
And it was so
what
ugly the
was you
way she
saying?
was
Do you remember
screaming.
what you were saying? Because you're the one that woke me up from a sleep. I was asleep.
It was like a real high, it
Pitch.
was really, really super loud, but she was saying, "Help me." But it was like, she was saying, "Help me," but it wasn't like, "Help me." Like, help me. Like, but it sounded so ugly. It sounded so ugly, scary, and it was just so ugly. And I was like, what
she
in
was
the
yelling
world?
like somebody was doing her harm.
And what time was it? I think it was like at probably like 2, 3 in the
Three,
morning. No way, bro.
like three.
Yeah, yeah. And it sounded so ugly. And I would like, I was listening to it. I was like, is that a lady? But that's when I woke you up. It sounded so ugly though, the way she was yelling.
Yeah,
But
I heard a screech when we went right before we went to the investigation. It was a long screech, but that wasn't the scariest. And I remember hearing the Llorona, but that
oh, the
wasn't
Llorona
scary.
cry.
Yeah, the Llorona crying all the
Yeah,
time,
I
but that
think that
wasn't
would be
the
the
scariest. The scariest was just recently when I told you, bro, when I was asleep, I heard a loud scream and it shook me to my soul. I was asleep and I heard a loud scream and it shook me even to my in my body, in my soul, my spirit. I could feel it, and just it was a loud, long scream, like a
like
I
a
don't know. I don't want to say like a banshee, but
Like a
there's no other way
banshee.
to explain it. I was asleep
Yeah.
and it woke me up, and it I mean, it was yeah, it shook me.
And where was the scream coming from? Outside, inside?
I was asleep. I don't know. And it was a long scream, and then I been waiting to see if
Where
something's
was
gonna happen, but it was after Raven died.
mm, yeah.
Yeah,
t- t- tell her, bro, about the other things. The thing landing on your roof.
On the roof.
yeah. That's
Chuzas, brujas.
oh, we lost her.
Let me add her.
It's just like when mom died, um there was that those black shadow on the side of the house. And when we went to Aunt Sylvia's house, me and Lupita and Tommy were lying down in a room.
Oh,
That's all right. I get it.
Can you hear me?
I
yeah.
can hear you.
Yeah, when mom died and we went to Aunt Sylvia's, and me, Lupita, and Tommy were in one room, and the room was dark, and we're laying down like trying to sleep, but we couldn't sleep. And in the corner in the room, there was a bright light, beautiful light, white light, and it was mom. You could see the silhouette of mom, but it was like real white. It was like a bright light, but you could see her, but at right there, and it was not nothing bad or anything because it was a white light. But I remember in the house, I saw her in the house, but she had an evil face when I saw her in the house back home before we had gone. And I remember I could hear knockings on the window, three knockings, you know, and I could hear that all. I could hear it until she got buried. And what do they say that it is? An insult to the what is it? The
The whole
Trinity.
Trinity. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I would hear that.
yeah. I've heard a couple of freaky sounds. Will be the lechuza sound, which is, you want me to make the sound or not?
I don't know. I remember the clinking of the nails of
The
the.
they'd be like,
Yep, I remember them
and then you hear,
whistling like a whistling. Yeah, yeah. No.
we're screeching,
When
making a
I
whistle
when
sound.
I yeah when I went back to Rainbow after a long time, and I went to go. I stayed with Sylvia like for 2 weeks. Every night, Electrusa would stop in the tree, and you could hear the nails. You could see it flying every night. Like, no way.
Uh, Another thing was Llorona.
Mm, I remember that. I remember when we had the door because it was so hot,
Yeah,
and she stood in front of the door crying. You closed the door, didn't you?
hell yeah, it was me. I looked
Yep.
there, she was coming around the corner. I closed the
No,
door.
she stood right. Well, I don't know. I thought she had stood right there in front of the door crying.
No, I closed the door. Yeah, she was
You,
crying and she was wiggling, trying to come in
yeah, yep.
and wiggling the door. And mom was like,
Uh,
at first I told mom, La Llorona. And she's like, there's no Llorona. What a
no, but
pendejo.
that was so scary. Yeah, yep. And then
And
that's
then
when that
she
old man
passed
died in the morning.
she passed by the window. And she was coming. I closed the door.
Yeah, oh, I
And she's trying
remember.
to come in the house.
She was crying.
She was crying on the door. And I look at my mom. I'm blocking the door. And I said, Mom, should I let the lady in and help her? She's like, Huerco pendejo, es la Llorona.
But you could hear it coming from way in the back, and it got closer and closer and closer and closer. Now that was so creepy, man.
In the
I remember
ears.
that night.
It will hurt your ears. It
Yep,
will hurt your ears.
yep. And I still remember that night. That night, that night that you could hear anything you could think of in this world. All the noises that night that he went outside. You know what I'm talking about, Abram?
Oh, yeah. When,
Anything you can think of. Cowboys, Indian horses, cows,
yeah.
pigs,
Oh, yeah,
cars,
I think that one takes the cake
everything.
of
That
the
one
freakiest
does.
noise because it wasn't one noise, it was a mixture of noises.
Of
Uh,
noise you could think of in this world, it was all there. Everything.
any noise of any animal, elephant, you're making the elephant
You could
sound,
cars,
lion, uh,
everything,
freaking
everything.
whip, like different noises. It was mimicking different noises.
Indians, cowboys. You could hear everything.
A whip,
Everything. Yep, everything. Anything you can think of in this world, you could hear it that night.
the wheels of a wagon rolling,
Yes.
horses,
Yep.
cows,
Yep. Yep.
goat. Yeah, I think that's the one, Beatrice. I think that's the scariest.
That's the one. Yep.
I think the scariest one that we've ever heard was that. That one takes the cake. Good
Yep.
answer. Good answer. That's the
Yep.
one that I remember.
That's
That
it.
was,
And it was an Indian standing in the corner. Because that's what mom said she saw.
yeah, it was he had a mask on, like a wooden mask on his face. He
Era
was like,
indio, lo que me dijo.
yeah, he was native.
And that's the
He,
same.
probably a Nagual, a Nagual, a Chief Victor Skinwalker.
Yep.
He
And
was very tall.
that's the one that our neighbor used to see it in the front door of our every night at night.
I think Jack had
Abram?
a story. Jack, didn't you have a story about what happened where you seen uh, wasn't it get elevated in the air by something?
Who got elevated in the air?
He said he
just,
remembers.
just the one when I woke up uh, in the middle of the night and Pop was
In the air?
in the against the wall, and Mom was sitting up in the bed,
Uh-huh.
and he was getting beat up, and I could see where something was hitting him, and,
Hitting him.
and
Uh-huh.
his face would turn to the side where he would get hit, but I couldn't see what was hitting him.
It was like a possession.
No, something
Was
was
it?
beating him up, and
I know.
she was there, and she was praying.
Praying. It had
Yeah,
like a possession.
I don't
Because that's
know.
what they would go do exorcisms. I
Yeah.
Yeah,
remember.
and
It
then
started like a possession. Something was got him.
yeah,
Yeah,
because
they
remember,
were part of. I was telling you that they were part of a prayer group that would
They
help
were part of
an
and
exorcist,
they would do exorcisms.
yeah,
That
exorcisms.
Yep, they would do exorcisms, and I remember mom had said that they had
I think
gone like
they
right
were certified for all that, right? Because that's
hmm
what they would do.
and then that was where they saw that black man and a horse, the black man, and
Not
when they
not.
went to go do in one of these exorcisms, that's what they saw.
I hope you're enjoying the show. You're liking this talk. You're hearing it from a different perspective from a sister. Yeah, it was dealing with Ignacio, that he would beat himself up every time he closed his eyes. It would say this dark
But
man
the,
on a black horse, and he was being demonized. So they went to go pray for him and all this, and supposedly
because I
they casted out
remember,
the unclean spirit, but he deceived them because he was a Santanista.
I remember
He tricked
that
them.
very last exorcism that they did. I remember my mom had said that they shouldn't have gone to that one because of something, and then everything it was just so bad. Like if something um bad things were happening, like to the people that did the exorcism.
The prayer group that went
Yeah,
into this home where there had
it
already
was the
been a
one of
lot
the
of things.
girl. It
It
was
was
the one
dealing
of the
with the
girl.
mother. Yeah, the mother. The mother. There was a mother of those Elizondo that got possessed. The prayer group and the exorcist went in there, and they were praying for her. She was like 34 at the time. I think 34, somewhere around there. And they said that the room dropped temperature. It got real cold, and that the woman that was being possessed went from a 34-year-old woman to a very old woman.
Yeah,
She
she
changed form,
changed.
and that the devil said, "It's me, uh, Lucifer. Her soul belongs to me," or something like that. So they continued to pray, but some of the people that were in the prayer group broke the circle because they got
Mm,
scared. Temperatures
yeah,
dropping, very cold. Seeing a woman go from 34 years old to a very old lady, they got scared. I think it was
uh,
those Guzmanes that got scared.
and
They broke
started
the circle
attacking
of
them.
prayer,
Yeah,
and they took off running. Something, yeah, because they started messing with them. So after that, I guess everybody else followed suit. They left. They didn't stay to pray,
they need
to
to
finish the
finish it.
prayer. Everybody took off
Yeah,
because they were freaking out what was happening with the environment in there and stuff like that. And because of that, the Guzmanes, they lost their oldest son, Ricardo. You know what happened to
it,
him up there in Lubbock, where they found them all. How should I say the proper word for it? They found them all.
torn
Uh,
up,
yeah, like what's the word I'm looking for here for? Where it's just
mangled.
shredded.
Yeah,
His body parts everywhere.
yeah.
No, it like just shredded everywhere. He got like There's blood everywhere.
Like if he blew up.
Yeah, like guts
Yeah,
everywhere,
yeah.
blood everywhere. People were there was signs on the walls, symbols where they were saying that
Mm-mm.
the cult might have gotten a hold of him. He was one of the first ones that died, which was their oldest son, and those are people that ran. Right now, when you're doing something like that, you're supposed to stay strong and firm in your faith and belief. So when they took up running, well, guess what? There was a spiritual opening for those things, for that thing that was in the woman to attach to them, and things like that happened in our family. Because after that, things were happening around our home. If you remember,
Yeah.
the things that were happening up in Lubbock, a lot of strange events, and we'll talk about that another time. But a lot of spiritual activity, and I think it had to do
Everywhere.
all with the same from these individuals. Uh, One of the sons of the Elizondos, I'll be at school in the bus, and then I hear somebody whisper in my ear, "Believe in Lucifer."
Yeah.
And now look, it'll be one of the Elizondos telling me that I could be standing by the wall where I was standing in high school. This
I
after
remember.
what happened to our mother. See, the dog started barking. Sound like something's growling out there.
You hear it? I
Something's
don't know.
growling.
I hear something over here. I took off my earpiece. I could hear it through my headphones.
I see something out
Yeah.
there. But yeah, something was growling at my dog in the garage. I could hear it. Well, where did it leave off? Okay, so things were started happening to us also
It's the
because of
door.
that. The son,
A dog man.
the bus. They'll be doing that. I'll be standing by the wall. It was the two of them, two different guys. The two sons that were like twins or looked like twins. They kept on telling me the same thing. Believe in Lucifer. Whispered to me,
Mm-mm.
and I told them, "Get away from me. I believe in Jesus Christ." That's what I would tell them. But the whole family got possessed. If
Yeah,
I remember correctly,
I remember that. Yeah.
the whole family got possessed.
The
I
boy's
think
son.
some of those boys are in prison right now. They killed some people and stuff like that. Look, I'm going to tell you that it's related to what happened to our mother, because that day that everything happened, I prayed to the Heavenly Father to guide me to be able to find her. And when I got to a certain location there by that bridge,
Mm.
uh, I could hear, moanings or whatever, and that's when I seen the Hat Man stand up. It
Oh,
was right there. It was real tall in the corner by the light. And he's looking at me and he starts coming at me. But when he was coming at me, they lived in the ranch that was to the right between Tavos. The ranch where they lived, the Elizondos, it was there. And when that was happening, what happened to our mother, the lights were flickering on and off in that house. And you could hear a lot of people laughing when the dark man or Hat Man was coming after me. The lights were flickering, and it was that day. Look, I'm getting goosebumps. That it was that day that we lost our mother. That's why I said that all that was related, because where she was at, it wasn't that far away from where they
estaba
lived.
la cosa mala ahí.
Yeah,
And
all
I
my hair's just stood
recall,
up right now
I
just talking
never,
about this. But
I never
so
knew.
if there's any negative energies, unclean spirits, I tie bind and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. Just by talking about it, man, all my hairs just stood up.
Yeah,
You know,
I never knew where exactly the spot that where she was, where
I
they
know.
found her.
I know.
Yeah,
The
but
reason I know because I took the priest to bless the
see,
area.
see,
He had told me he had
but
already blessed it, and he took me back to it, and it was right there where I was that night. Like
yeah,
maybe I was probably like 20 feet or 10, 15 feet away from where she
I'm
was.
I'm gonna tell you the experience that I had. Me and guy were driving and we're going down the road. We said I have to go pee, and he says I'm gonna go through the dirt through here. I'm gonna. There's like a little canal, so we pulled into that canal. So he got off to go pee, and I my hair stood up and everything, and all of a sudden I can hear a woman like crying, like whimpering. I could hear it, and I was telling him to hurry up. He said he was like, "I'm almost done. I'm almost done." So you could hear even louder and louder, and so we started backing out, and we're gonna leave, and there was a big old shadow in the middle of the street, and I never knew it was that it was right there where they had found her.
Yeah, he was right there.
Yeah, I bet I could hear a woman like crying, like whimpering, you know, but I never knew it was there. But you could feel it like there was something instantly, that there was something bad there, not something evil, not good there.
Yeah, and I've been wanting to go back there to that location to where the Elizondos used to live because I believe there's still whatever was there is still there.
I think
You know, like
The last Elizondo had gotten, he had passed away because he had gotten a car wreck. Or is it a Garcia?
who's that?
No, that he had gotten into a car wreck y se murió. Oh, it was the Garcias, the ones that lived right behind the.
The Sonic.
Mm-hmm. The dogman sound.
Yeah, but you had said, bro, that that happened to them because the dad, where they went to some lake or something.
Yeah, well, that's the same people because of the husband. Cooney's the one that told me the story. What happened? How the woman got possessed because Cooney was a drunk,
Yeah.
and he told me that there were this lake called Devil's Lake over there in Lubbock, and that the husband of that woman told him that he was going to show him that the God didn't exist or that the devil didn't exist. So he called upon God to show his presence, to show himself. Nothing happened. Then he call upon the devil to show his presence, and nothing happened. Right. So he said, "I told you that you don't exist."
But the last, I
So when they
remember,
made it back to Raymondville after working up north, it's when his wife got immediately possessed. So that's how she got possessed because he called upon him to identify himself to him, and that's how the woman got possessed. The one that my parents wouldn't go do the exorcism on is because the husband called upon it, to show himself, and it did. How? By possessing his wife and his family. Are you there, Beatrice?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Yeah. Cooney, before he passed away, he told me that story, which is Nancy's father, because I told him the story of them doing the exorcism, and he was looking at me, and he said, "I know." Said, "I know what happened," because he said, I knew them." And I said, "Well," he said, "there was more to that story." And I said, "Well, if there's more to that story, what is it that happened?" And that's what he told me.
So the whole family is dead now.
Was it?
The whole family is dead now.
I'm not sure.
I don't know, but I remember that there was that girl that lived across the pool where Laura's bakery is. No, not Espinosa. Remember Espinosa where the pool was, where Amelia used to live? And
Yeah.
Amelia. Okay, the house right next to the bakery. That house. I remember Mom had said they had gone there to do an exorcism on a girl, and that was when Nacho was flipping out that the man was gonna come get him in a horse, the black man. I think that I don't know if somebody blacked out or something. I don't know who was your your dad, and he saw him too, or something like that. Something had happened with that man in black that they did the exorcism and everything. And I remember seeing that girl at school. She had scars all over her face and stuff like that.
Do you remember who the girl was?
I don't remember her name, but I remember seeing her. She had scars in her face and stuff like that, in her arms.
Man, there was so much crazy stuff there in that town.
But like when you go into that town, you feel it right away. All the badness, you feel it. All the energy, the bad energy.
Yeah. Uh, I just want a little mini while we're talking about this. Uh, so the thing chased me back into town. It could have been the thing that is in that ranch. I'm thinking. So it chased me into town. As soon as I passed the irrigation system, it kept on gliding in the air, coming after me. And I kept on looking back. And when I crossed the irrigation system in the town, it's when I turned around to look.
It didn't chase
It
you
wasn't it
anymore.
no more. It was a black dog with a pointy
Oh my
tail and
god.
red eyes looking at me.
Oh,
So it was looking
yeah.
at me, and I was looking at it, but it wouldn't cross that irrigation system. So
Mm,
it just turned around and it leaped. It was leaping like distances of 20, 25 yards. It leaped like three times, and it covered a lot of ground.
mm.
So that's when I drove. I was going fast to the house on the bike. Uh, I didn't look back. I just kept on going. I was praying the Our Father. Uh, when I got
I remember
home,
that.
Tia Silva was
Yeah.
already there. She was trying to get y'all, you know, and she was all scared. and we got her. We left her house, and that's when she said that when she got there that she seen a monkey
Big old
with red
shadow.
eyes on the tree.
Yeah.
I had her. She seen a monkey with red eyes on the tree. I
And
had
Barry saw
seen
that shadow.
the man with the red eyes that they was coming after me, and I had seen the this hellhound or whatever, with red eyes. So that's when I already knew that it was a bad situation. So we went over there to their house, and I was outside, praying, and that's when the water it rained, thunder and
Real
lightning, and
hard, real strong.
real strong.
Yeah.
And it rained, and when it rained, I already knew
Yeah.
at that time
It's, I
that
remember.
she wasn't here no more. So a little bit after, like not even 5 minutes, we get a phone call, and that's when they let us know what happened.
Well, I drowned her 2 weeks she before she passed. I drowned her. I saw her in the funeral home in the coffin. I was 2 weeks before. I saw her in the coffin. And then that night I saw her inside the house, but it wasn't. She was wearing the same clothes she had on, but she was already gone. It was her, I guess, her spirit, but then again, it wasn't her because the face was so evil. The smile on the face, it was like a wicked, wicked smile. I got scared and I closed my eyes.
And now y'all know, brothers and sisters, why I always say always put
Mhm.
in the Heavenly Love Foundation and play Jesus Christ first, and to be careful of your spiritual openings. We done lost a loved one to this spiritual warfare. I mean, that's what they were doing, right? They were fighting things
Good night,
spiritually,
Ivy.
freeing people from being spiritually targeted. You know, that was their mission, or that's what they
Yeah.
wanted to do. But sometimes you can't do that kind of stuff if you're living in sin. You can't label yourself with spiritual opening because the things that you're freeing people of, they'll remember you. Oh, that's the person that helped this other person we're tormenting. I've had it where I've seen people with the negative attachments and approaching them because I want to help them, and the demons that are afflicting them tell me leave them alone, or tell me don't help them. And when they say that to me, I say, I tie bind and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ, leave them alone. And they flee, and the person becomes normal. So then at that time, when they become normal, I try to find out what happened to them. They'll tell me what happened to them when I ask them the question. You know, sometimes the spiritual openings could be, that they're on the bad road, doing other things that drugs, or sometimes some of these people that are being
Yeah.
spiritually afflicted is because of something that happened where they have anger in the heart. So you got to be careful when it comes to spiritual warfare. And there's a lot of people they're not gonna tell you the truth. They're gonna try to bullshit you to believe in these things because that's what they practice. Right? They're dabbling in the dark arts. They're talking about dragons and all this bullshit. And what they're really doing is trying to leave a spiritual opening for these things that they talk about to attack. The only thing you need to know is the only way to be able to fight these things is through Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And a lot of these people do not believe in Jesus Christ. But that's the number one way of doing things is through Jesus Christ. We could do it by ourselves. I mean, we have the knowledge, but when we do the works, it's through Jesus Christ. What do you think, bro?
Yep.
But
That's
it's,
hey, that's the only way is through Jesus Christ. We had to learn the hard way.
you don't think I say I just try to bring awareness to to people not to be careful what you're believing in, man.
But
We
it's
done lost a loved
like
one. We've been through the spiritual warfare, man. It wasn't good.
man, we used to go to church every week, Bible school, Bible study. I mean, every single week, and it still was there.
You
You
know,
know,
it goes to the saying, "Who bonds a strong man?" Or in a shorter term, who bonds the head of the household, which was the head of the
and that was,
household, is
and
the
it was
parent.
because of him. Yeah,
So
it was
if they're
because of him.
bonded, yeah, if they're both bonded, right? If they're both bonded, then there's free reign right there for these unseen forces to attack the whole family.
Yeah,
But luckily, uh, we're still here because we still had our own faith and own belief. You know, when it comes down to that point, and you have to rely in your faith and believe in Jesus Christ. That's what we pray for Him to assist us. And which we're still here. We've been through a lot, but we're still here hanging in
yeah,
there. You know, trying to give the wisdom and knowledge. That's what my main goal was. You know, because if I was the type of person to say, you know what, like certain individuals that was here last night, I'm my own person. I can do whatever I want to do. Well, it's not about that for me. To me, I'm trying to help out the viewers. I just want to let you know that we did overcome a lot of things, but it was through Jesus Christ, through prayer, through fighting spiritually united with a love foundation. Nobody's perfect, and
you know,
anybody can be, how should I say, infiltrated spiritually. Uh, just be careful what you. What's the saying, Beatrice, when you bring something into your household or bring something into
mm,
your groups, right? Stop
okay,
entertaining things that are not good. That's the best way I can say it to
yeah,
y'all. Because if you're entertaining things that are not of Jesus Christ, then guess what you're doing?
we have
You're
to
leaving a
invite him.
spiritual opening for yourself, for
Yeah,
you, your family to get spiritually attacked. Then you say, so I don't know why these things are happening. We're being targeted by no, because you're entertaining it. So right there by itself, you're doing damage, putting yourself and your family in danger, kind of like what our parents were doing with doing the exorcism and stuff like that. That's what they were doing, and guess what?
yeah,
It was bringing things our way too.
yeah.
Because if they can get them, it's going to try to get anybody it can. That's why there was a lot of activity happening at our household.
Well, there was a lot,
I'm just
and
saying,
there, were-
you know,
and there, were- and there were kids, and we would see things and hear things and stuff like that, and we were scared. You know, Lupita was scared. I was scared, but then I, because we're young, you know.
yeah, you know, I just try to keep. People are going to do what they want to do, right? But here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, I'm going to speak to you in truth. I'm just
Mm,
letting you know, be careful what you're dwelling in.
yeah,
It can cost you. Is it really worth it? Dwelling in something is no different than dabbling in something. If you're giving something power or belief, it's the same thing. What do you think? You're dabbling in something, talking
It's true.
about something and believing in it, same thing.
Yeah.
Because the only opening it needs is for you to believe. We used to have an individual that would come in here and say, I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe. That's all he would say. But he never said, I believe in Jesus Christ. He would believe in everything else, Bigfoots, dragons, uh, all these things that are demonic. Believe in all these things, but he never believed in Jesus Christ. And I think he got mad and went off on me, saying that he wasted his time here on spiritual encrypted encounters. No, I think what
Wow.
happened is the attachments he had wasted their time here in spiritual encrypted encounters because they cannot infiltrate my heavenly love foundation. And that's what they try to do. Come in numbers, put me in situations where they want to talk about the things that they believe in that are not uh, from the Heavenly Father. But I maintain my faith in my heavenly love foundation. But here in spiritual encrypted encounters, I can say whatever I want to say, uh, and that's what I'm doing here. But we're sharing true things here, true events that have happened, and and that's just a little bit of what we're sharing right now. I was just supposed to do a 2 hour show, and here we are going at 04:45 in the morning.
No. Whoa. Oh,
Yeah,
it's 5 over there for you, huh?
yeah, 04:45,
Yeah. Yeah, it's three
and
forty-five over here.
yeah, people are gonna gather up. Oh, we don't like that brother Abe Science because he says bad things about what we believe in and all this. Hey, I lost a freaking loved one, son of a bitches. I lost a loved one to the balance. So fuck y'all. I can say whatever the fuck I want to say, dealing with a balance, and I don't give a shit if you believe in that or not.
Mhm.
When you lose somebody in that manner, yeah, it's not about vengeance because vengeance isn't ours. But yeah, there's a score to settle. But the score can be settled. It's got to be settled through Jesus Christ. Imagine living your life all your life, because knowing that something happened in your family because the other side of the balance had to do with that.
Yeah.
So it becomes spiritual warfare, and this is my path. This is what I do. That's why I named it Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I could have named it Spiritual and Spiritual and DDN Encounters, Spiritual and
Yeah.
uh, freaking Warrior Encounters. But I named it Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. You know why? The only reason it says cryptid up there, brother and sisters, there's a lot of imposters in the cryptid community that they really do not believe in the Bigfoot because they know it's not a Bigfoot because they know that these
They're all the
things that they
same.
call a Bigfoot are demons.
Yep, it's everything's the same. They just manifest to whatever you want to see.
They're deceiving people,
Hmm.
bullshitting people because they want you to believe in the Bigfoot, but it's not a Bigfoot, it's a demon. They want you to believe in the demon. That's why it says cryptid there. I know it pisses them off, but I don't care. I'm going to expose the truth. I'm just being honest. If you don't believe me, the best thing I can tell you is have a relationship with Jesus Christ, and He will guide you spiritually. Have a real relationship with him. He will bless you. He will heal you from whatever you're going through. He will cleanse you, but you have to have a relationship with him. You have to have your faith and believe in him. You seen the guy that came in here earlier talking about, I'm a Muslim. He's come in here before and interrupted the show, but this time he left. But that's all he said. If that's what he wants to believe in, fine. People want to believe in things that can manifest to look like fairies, whatever manifestations that they. You can believe what you're going to believe, right? Uh, the best thing I can tell you is believe in Jesus Christ, because He's the one that's going to protect you, avenge you, and bless you, heal you. That's why I'm still here talking about it. I know I ruffle a lot of feathers because I don't fall into anybody's, how should I say, game plan. I don't fall into, I'm not affiliated with nobody in groups. I have friends, but I'm not in nobody's order of what they believe in. Spiritually Cryptid Encounters is a unique channel. I don't ask anybody for a single freaking penny, but here is a place where people can come vent. If they're going through something, you're more than welcome to come here and share it, especially on Tuesdays and Thursdays, which is open mic night. And of course, we got Wednesdays is Werewolf Wednesday. We got Fridays is the Bruja Lechuza. Saturdays, I try not to do a live. Not unless I got free time, I'll do a live. Yeah, like I said, I got to get nothing against anybody. But, I just try to help people out. Even those people that might be bonded or might be deceived because they've been brainwashed, right? They want to believe in things of the past, old text and those old things. Uh, Jesus Christ died on the cross for a reason. What is the reason, carnal, that he died on the cross?
He paid the price. The price has been paid. He redeemed us.
I think we lost
He,
Carnala. We lost her. Yeah, man. But the spiritual warfare is a constant battle, man. To me, it's a daily thing. I know. I think for my brother, it's a daily thing. For my
yep.
sister, it's been a daily thing. It's a daily thing for us, and we've been going through this daily thing all our lives. And I think it's a daily thing for a lot of people. Just sometimes people uh, are not down spiritually this way. To have the relationship with Jesus Christ in which they're being influenced by society, by the things that society has to offer. So they're not really truly having a relationship with Jesus Christ to understand where I'm coming from, right? So if they would take the time to have a relationship with Jesus Christ and he would show them the things that he's shown me, then they would understand where I'm coming from. But if you're too busy worried about the tithe, if you're too busy worried about eliminating competition, I don't consider myself a competition. But if you're focused on that, and I'm trying to do the good works here, then you're actually setting up yourself for failure, because Jesus Christ allows me to do this. That's why I continue to do it. I've gotten death threats. I've gotten people say that they want to do this and this to me. I mean, they can try, but they're run into Sarasias. Uh, they try to do it spiritually, then they have to go through to my protector, my avenger, which is Jesus Christ. Either way, it's a lose situation for them. But I know we've done this show 5 hours and 45 minutes. Is there anything you would like to say, brother?
Oh no, just I would just want to thank everybody for being here. And make sure you hit the like button, and thanks B for coming
And
on.
if you liked my sister sharing what she's experienced, and you want her back here, just let me know, and we'll see if we can make something happen because she has a lot of stories. She's a very strong person. Uh, she has this capabilities of seeing things, hearing things spiritually. Uh, and one thing about her is that she's not afraid, and she does not give these things, no matter how they manifest or what sounds that they're making or mimicking. She don't give it the power of belief, no belief, and that's what we're supposed to do. Give it no belief, because the moment that you do give it a little bit of belief, that's when it decides to attack spiritually, unseen. And that's what we're supposed to do is no fear, no belief. But yes, if you like, I know she's got a lot of stories, a lot of experiences. I mean, I know it turned out to be like a marathon here tonight. Uh, yeah, I just want to thank all the people that tuned in, whether people were trolling, people were not trolling. Uh, Thank you for keeping it respectful. Even Brother Jose, you know, the one that doesn't believe in Jesus Christ, he even kept it respectful. He didn't. We talked, and he didn't say nothing out of the ordinary. He just participated in the conversation, right? So thank you, Jose, for keeping it respectful, man. I don't mind you coming on the show, uh, talking about things. Let's talk about the spiritual things. I don't mind, but let's keep it respectful, man. Uh, if you show me the common courtesy and the respect, I'll show you the same thing back. Does anybody have any questions? Any questions? Oh, yes, and a happy new year to all. Is there anything you would like to say to any words of advice, bro, to the viewers before we go?
Make sure you let your family know how much you love them and how much and what they mean to you, because a lot could happen in a year and you don't know. And make sure you thank God for everything that you have, and for all the love and blessings that He's given you this past year, and for the new ones that He's going to give you next year. All right, bro. All right. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Carnal, for being on here.
Yep.
You're going to be on for World Wednesday, or you got to work?
Uh, I'll probably be here, I think, or
All
yeah.
right.
All
All right,
right.
bro.
Good night.
Love you, Carnal. Good
Love you.
night. God bless you.
Love everybody here. Good night.
I have a last question. Go ahead, Phil Prado. Ask your question. Ask your pregunta. Somebody says they're having the morning coffee. I'm waiting for the question, and I'll answer your question if you got a question. I think I earlier said, because there's people that believe in dragons. I mean, were they here once in the past? I don't know. Uh, but I remember seeing, Disney. It's kind of gets kind of corrupted, because I think one of the dragons that I seen was in the Disney Channel called Puff the Magic Dragon in the cartoon. Y'all remember that on Disney? Uh, then the other dragon, when people talking about dragons, how they can appear and about different manifestations and or going through portals. But then I think about the game Spyro. You it used to be an old PS1 game. It was this game called Spyro, a little purple dragon, and it was always picking up like little coins for energy or energy things, and the dragon would you would pass the mission and you go through a portal to go somewhere else, and all throughout the game you're passing different levels and going to different portals. Where you enter the portal is a different atmosphere. So when I hear some of the stories that some people talk about the dragons and this and that, well, it reminds me of the game Spyro. If you don't know what that is, Spyro is like a little purple dragon. So just be careful what you believe in, man, or what people are saying. Because I done heard. I pay attention to what people say, but I remember Spyro, the dragon, that you go to different dimensions through portals. So when I hear people talking about these things, I was like, man, sounds like it's describing Spyro, the video game. How would I know? Because I used to be a gamer, right? About Spyro. Spyro the Little Red Dragon. Yeah, yeah. Where's the question, Phil? You said it's probably given, but in full combat, do you set your heavenly level foundation aside in that moment? No. I still maintain my heavenly love foundation. I prayed before going into battle. One thing about Warfare Brother Phil is when you go into warfare, right? You got one side believing they're good, the other side to the ones that are believing they're placing Jesus Christ first. The other person is the enemy, and vice versa. The other people that they're believing in what they believe in Allah, right? They see us as the enemy, so it becomes what a spiritual warfare. In which, when it becomes a spiritual warfare, then anything that happens in war is justified spiritually. The things that we're not supposed to do through war is, for example, uh, rejoice over the dead. We're not supposed to take any kind of souvenirs from the dead. We got to show respect to the dead. But the love foundation was still with me when I had to do what I had to do. When you're placed in a situation, you still got to protect the vessel, right? If this is my vessel, I have to protect it physically or spiritually. And I did it all with a heavenly love foundation. You know, that's about the only time I would say that it would be justifiable because it becomes a holy war. But we're not supposed to rejoice over that. As a matter of fact, I prayed for my enemy, right? I prayed for my enemies, the ones that we overcame in combat. I prayed for them, pray for their souls. I pray for them to have peace. I pray for the Heavenly Father to guide them to the proper destination. But yes, the Heavenly Foundation is always with me. Doesn't matter where I've been, what I've done, right? It's always been with me. I hope I answered your question, brother. Phil? And another thing, for those, because not everybody, going into a combat environment, people get affected because of what they've seen and what they had to do. The best thing I can say is, pray for not yourself, pray for everybody, your comrades, your brother in arms. Pray for the enemy also, uh, because that's what the unseen forces want. What they want is souls. They don't want you or the enemy making it into a higher destination like the heavenly kingdom or whatever somebody's faith is, right? They don't want them to get to that destination. They want them to remain trapped here on this earth because they want to collect the soul. That's why I pray for my enemies, because I didn't want to forsake them in that manner. Once the vessel is gone, the vessel is gone, but you can still save the soul, protect the soul. I was just going to do a tour show, and you seen people showed up, and then uh, uh, we had cousin Jesse. Had Sister Brenda for a little bit. We had Texas Learning. Joe showed up for a little bit. We had somebody zombie showed up. Then my sis, but my brother showed up, and then my sis showed up. So I think this is gonna be like, I'm waiting for the 6 hour mark. I think it's one of the longest shows that I've done in a very long time. But when the conversation is good, and we got the good viewers, good listeners, it makes it that better. And I want to thank right now everybody that's here. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for respecting Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, and to be able to just to listen, man. I appreciate y'all that you showed the respect tonight. Even though, yeah, we might have some differences or whatever, but we all are human beings. Thank you for being respectful to Spiritual Encrypted Encounters tonight. I really appreciate y'all, man. Like I said, sharing is caring. Yes, there's people that it's about different. They come from different, how should I say, venues. But there's no reason why we can get along and talk about things, right? There's nothing wrong with that. So what we got here? Thank you, Phil, brother Phil Prado. Uh, I don't know if I can see the hearts pop up, but I see somebody that placed the heart up there. Yeah, I'm thanking everybody right now, man. I have nothing against nobody, you know. Uh, I'm just like anybody else, right? Is walking this earth, and I'm seeing the things that I'm seeing, and that's where I get my wisdom and knowledge because I'm experiencing. I've been through it. We've been through a lot, man. Me and my family, but it doesn't stop us from living life. You know, we wasn't uh, taught to quit. We was taught to keep on going. Yeah, let's all go for breakfast. LOL. Yeah, where's Jack at? Where's Jack? Breakfast, bro? Breakfast? Yeah, there he is. Omelet. Yeah, an omelet at the Bill's Grill, bro. Let me know. Give me a holla. Give me a holler, Bill's Grill or a menudo. Bill's Grill or a menudo. Last time they kind of let us down on the omelet because normally the omelets are huge. We went there on his birthday, I guess, and the omelet was tiny, real small. It was like a little omelet. I'm like, man, what happened? That's why we'll go there because they'll make huge omelets that covers the whole plate. But anyways, thank you all. God bless you. Have a blessed day. This is Brother Ape Cias. Sarn Cias signing off for Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Yeah, some menudito. I don't know. Sometimes it's restaurants. They'll give you a menudo, but it's not fresh menudo. It's menudo that's been frozen, or they add different chunks of meat in it, like pork. So when you buy it, you're like, man, what the hell is this? It's not menudo. It's a piece of pork. They chop it up because they want it to last longer or whatever, right? I like going where the menudo is fresh. I like me the fresh menudo. Love you too, sis. Good night, everybody. Peace out.